Perfect. That's what we need. That's it.
Great.
And then you just share screen.
So who's next on that? Someone's just finished out, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. All right, we're ready to resume whenever Senator Mann. Okay. Hey, Lisa, we're ready to go.
You're all set. Okay, good to go.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Yay, awesome. All right. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. If the next group will come on up. There we go. I'm going to give that to you. Okay. So another couple of housekeeping notes. Oh, wait 1 second. I just lied to you. It's not. The video is not showing in the corner. Oh, gotcha. That's what's it's throwing me off for a second there. Okay. Just a couple of housekeeping notes. We did find the QR code. So if you'll scan in the back as you leave, that way you can get credit for attending the session. So this is a great session we have today. It's the pros and cons of homework in the elementary math classroom. And this is presented by Kinsley Smith and Miranda Caudell. So I'm going to turn this over to them. And you've got to go. So.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kinsley Smith, and this is my partner, Miranda Caudell. And today we're going to be talking to you about the pros and cons of homework in the elementary math classroom. So before we start, by a show of hands, how many of you had homework as an elementary school student? Pretty much everybody. Yes. Okay. So by another show of hands, how many of you feel that homework is beneficial to elementary school students? Mixture. Okay. So as we conclude this presentation, we will revisit that question and see if your opinion has changed after we present. So one of the key components to homework in the elementary school classroom is parental involvement. Parental involvement is very important. Parents have the ability to influence their child's opinion and attitude towards homework based on their own attitude. Parental involvement is very important for elementary school students. It allows the parents to see what their child is learning in the classroom and also gives them insight on things that they may be struggling with in the classroom as well as exceeding in the classroom. Parents are able to spend this time with students reviewing material and having a better understanding of what is going on. By being involved in homework time, parents can see what tools their students need to be successful and provide necessary materials. However, on the other hand, not all students benefit or have the luxury of parental involvement during homework time. According to research conducted by the NEA in 2021, 41% of US kids live in low-income families, which are less likely to have access to the resources needed to complete homework, such as pens, paper, a computer, internet access, a quiet workspace, and a parent at home to help during homework time. Students who live in low-income families are more likely to have less educated parents who may not be able to assist with assignments when students get into upper elementary. And this is a graph that shows the number. This is minutes on the side, and these are the grade levels underneath. And then the graph is representing the level of education of the students' parents. So you can kind of see it's pretty level until about 3rd grade. And then once it gets into upper elementary and higher, it drops off for some, and then some college and college graduate parents go up a great deal for the higher grades.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about parental involvement, but first I'm going to tell you about a couple of terms that I'll use so that y'all will be familiar with them when I use them. First is task persistence, which is the ability of the student to complete a task. This can be homework, classwork, a test, etc. And then math self-concept. That is where the students' attitudes and beliefs are toward math and their relation to their ability to do their math work. So there are some pros of parental involvement. There was a study that took place in 2019 that students that had parental support over students that had parents that were a little bit more controlling, those students with parental support performed better when their parents offered their help and support in homework. This meant they only got involved if their students were struggling and if they needed help and they weren't overbearing about their homework. And I can say personally that I agree with this study because in 4th grade, I had problems doing word problems, and my dad would sit with me at home, and it didn't matter how long it took, but he would, help me figure out what I needed to pull from the problems to do the work. And eventually I enjoyed doing word problems. So I can definitely say that having that parental support is important. Now, there are some cons of parental involvement. The same study that I was talking about a minute ago found that students that had parents that were very controlling and overbearing could cause their students to stress and perform badly on their homework, which could not only affect how they do their homework or if they do their homework, but then can also affect their classwork and maybe even how they perform on the math test. This could also damage their students' self-concept, math self-concept, and affect how their attitudes are towards math going down the road.
So another key factor that we want to look at is math anxiety. I have a 7 and a 9-year-old, and we live in a district where they do not have homework K through 12. But every once in a while, their teachers will send home just a brief worksheet so you can kind of see a couple problems of what they're learning, especially in math. And I have one student who he will do the whole worksheet day 1. And then my other kid, he will wait until Thursday night, right before it's time to go to bed, to finish the whole sheet. So there's lots of different ways that they complete it. And I feel like it gives me an insight of what they were doing in the classroom, but as far as them spending 10 minutes a night doing a problem, a lot of times that does not happen. And you'll have a student that will either do the worksheet the first day they bring it home, or they're going to do the worksheet the Thursday night right before it's time to go to bed when they're like, oh no, I forgot my math worksheet. So I feel like this can cause stress on the parents as well as the students. Another factor to look at with math anxiety is with the authorization of the No Child Left Behind in the Common Core standards, teachers have felt added pressure to keep up with tougher standards, which can lead to the assigning of more homework, which have actually decreased homework with students' achievement and have led many teachers to increase the amount of homework assigned. However, there have been little evidence to support this trend. In fact, there is a significant body of research demonstrating the lack of correlation between homework and student success, particularly at the elementary school level. Homework can help students, though, to develop skills that they need that they'll use through their lives, especially as they continue on to college. such as accountability, discipline, time management, self-direction, critical thinking, and independent problem solving, as well as time management. Another factor that we also want to look at is extracurricular activities. And the district that my kids are currently in, this was a big deciding factor when they decided to do away with homework, was the importance of kids having time for extracurricular activities. So the recommended amount of homework for students is 10 minutes a night per grade level. So 10 minutes for kindergarten, 20 minutes for first grade, so on as they go up. But today, kindergarten to fifth grade have an average of 2.9 hours of homework per week. So a lot of kids have two parents that work outside the home, and then they come home, get home about 5:30. If they participate in extracurricular activity or church on Wednesday night, a lot of times they're coming home about 5:30 and then having to make it to practice by 6 or 6:30. So there's not a lot of time in between to complete homework assignments. And then once you get home, it's time for dinner and to kind of wrap it up and get ready for the next day. Proponents of homework say that it improves students' achievement and allows for independent learning for classroom and life skills. They also say that homework gives parents the opportunity to monitor their child's learning and see how they're progressing academically. Opponents of homework, however, say that too much may be harmful for students and can increase stress, reduce leisure and sleep time, and also can lead to cheating. They also say that it widens social inequality and is not proven to benefit for younger children. Alfie Cohen, an education and parental expert, said kids should have a chance to just be a kid and do things they enjoy, particularly after school, after spending 6 hours a day at school. After all, we adults need time to just chill out. It's absurd to insist that children must be engaged in constructive activities right up until the time that their head hits the pillow.
And so the last topic we're going to talk about in regards to homework is reinforcement. Now, this is generally something that a teacher is going to be more concerned with than, say, the parents or even the students. It gives, reinforcement gives them additional practice at home, and it also can provide them a way to be able to talk with students if maybe they're struggling with something but don't want to ask a question in front of their classmates because they want to. Their classmates around them already get it. They don't want to really show that they don't understand it. So it gives the teachers the ability to be able to talk with them a little bit one-on-one if they have some questions that they don't want to ask in front of their classmates. However, there are some cons to using it as reinforcement. If they're already struggling with something that they're learning in class, sending them home with it and not having the teacher there to be able to talk to can cause them to struggle with it and get frustrated, which will affect their math self-concept, and once again will cause their task persistence to complete the homework to go down. It also doesn't really, they could easily just go home and look up a similar problem on the computer, get one of their classmates to do it for them, or a sibling. So there's really no way for the teacher to properly gauge through homework that it's actually the student completing the topic and not somebody else. So after hearing all of the different viewpoints about homework, how many of y'all have changed y'all's opinion about if homework is beneficial? Any questions?
Like there's no questions on the Zoom. So, okay.
Thank you.
Give everyone a round of applause. Great job. All right. Matt. Make sure your clicker's working. And just stand a little closer to that and make sure you're saying like right here so we can keep you on the screen. All right, so our last speaker is Tyler Hill. He's going to be speaking on top 10 tech picks for teachers. Tyler.
As she mentioned, my name is Tyler Hill. I am a senior here at Piedmont. I am doing internship 1. And with COVID, I thought that a good topic would be technology because we're moving more towards technology-focused curriculum. So I figured it would be good to focus on some of the tools that really help those educators when they're in the classroom. So the first one I'm sure most of you heard of is Kahoot. Kahoot is really good because you can assess the students with like a competition type of format. And I know that a lot of students get more motivated when there's competition involved because, I mean, everyone wants to be the best, right? So you can assess your students with that. And I just really like Kahoot because it shows you what the students know, and it also shows you how fast they can answer it. So it shows you who really has it down, and also if they're struggling with trying to figure the answers out. So another one that I really like is Audacity. And Audacity is a software that you can record sounds on. And with Audacity, it's really easy to edit those sounds, put little sound clips together. This can be used if you're making a video for your students, a podcast. I know that when the pandemic hit, it was really hard for educators to teach their students. And with podcasts, you can really teach a lesson and then add it to your whatever virtual classroom that you're using. So I really like Audacity because it really helps teachers with that. And as well, you can record directions for assignments. You can do read alouds for students with Audacity. And it's just really cool. And you can also teach your students how to use it so they can make videos and stuff or a podcast about any topics they want to. So it's good for research as well. Google Classroom. Love Google Classroom because it's everybody's favorite price. It's free. And as educators, we're always trying to figure out ways to save money for our classroom. Google Classroom is really good because it allows you to set up different topics. So you can put assignments on there. You can put presentations like PowerPoints on there. Google Classroom is just really good to move your classroom virtual. And as we all know, like I mentioned before, curriculum is moving more towards technology based. So this is a really good software for some of those schools who may not have a lot of money for things like Canvas and different stuff like that. Seesaw, also love Seesaw. Seesaw is very much like Google Classroom, but Seesaw allows your students to turn in their work with different formats like videos. They can do drawings. They can take pictures. I love Seesaw, and this is also a way if parents can't make it to their students, plays or different presentations, you can create also a classroom for parents, and they can go in and watch their students do their presentations or whatever they're doing. So I really love Seesaw. Quizlet, love Quizlet as a college student. I use it all the time. Quizlet is a way to create flashcards online. And as we all know, at times it's hard to keep up with paper. So with Quizlet, you can have virtual flashcards, create study tools. You can do games to study. It just helps students study. And there's also Quizlet Live, very much like Kahoot. So once again, you can be the best and answer the questions. I really love Quizlet Live as well. Canva, really great as well. Canva is everybody's favorite price as well, free. And with Canva, you can create things like videos, flyers, and students can create projects with that. And I really do like Canva because if your students are creative, this really focuses on their creativity, like Seesaw does as well. A lot of these focus on the students' creativity And sometimes it helps assess students' other abilities, like creativity, and sometimes we focus on their knowledge, which their knowledge is very important, but we do need to focus on their other talents like creativity. So this is a really great way to do that. Google Cardboard, love Google Cardboard as well. This is a cheap way for teachers to do virtual reality. What you do is you put your phone into the cardboard, and then the students put it on and they can go on virtual field trips. And as we all know, a lot of us don't have money to fly across the seas whenever we want to, right? So this helps students go on virtual field trips. They can look around, and then it also has a button on top where it gives you more information on different things with that. So I really like Google Cardboard. Zoom, we all know about Zoom, right? I mean, we all moved towards Zoom during the pandemic. So Zoom is a conferencing software that teachers can use when stuff like the pandemic happens. And I know personally that when the pandemic happened, I didn't know what was going to happen with classes, especially with college. I mean, what do you do, right? So Zoom is really great because it really helps teachers keep moving their students' knowledge forward. And I really love Zoom as well. WordPress, who as a kid wanted to create a website? Who loved the idea of creating a website, right? I mean, I know I did. So WordPress is a really great way for students to create different research projects with making a website. And websites are really cool because you can also use it as a kind of like a file system that students can put all their work in. And I just think it's a really great way for students to create research. So I really love WordPress as well. And then last but not least, PowerPoint, right? What am I using right now? PowerPoint. So with PowerPoint, you can create really cool and creative presentations on any topic that you want to. And it's just really great for students to do research on as well. I know that when you're doing project-based learning and differentiation and stuff like that, PowerPoint helps with that. With those students who really, don't like doing papers, they can do PowerPoints. So a lot of this focuses on differentiation, especially with Seesaw and Canva and things like that. Students can really learn the way they want to. And I really think that's important for the classroom because we were students at one point, and we all had issues learning growing up, and I just really loved all these different tools because it's very important for teachers to know the different tools and stuff that they could use. So I also have a reference page right here. Does anyone have any questions about any of the tools or anything? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay, no one on there either. All right, perfect. Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes this session. Thank you very much for attending. Let's give all of the presenters one more round of applause. They did an amazing job. If you enjoy the rest of symposium today, there's going to be a lot of great presentations. Thank you.
And if you'd like to send a Lion grant to somebody who you think did a great job, there's QR codes listed in the back, so please do that. Thank
They're on
you.
the table on your way out.
On
So you
the
guys can
table
check
on
into
the
the
way out.
session as well.
Oh, do we pause it instead of stopping it? Oh, whoops.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Piedmont Symposium special session on mathematics. I'm Dr. Torrance. I'm the organizer of the session and also the instructor for our senior capstone mathematics research project. So I'm really excited to see all of our presenters today. We got 3 really awesome math majors that have been working real hard all year round. It's a 2-semester sequence for the capstone research project. So the way the format's going to work is we're going to do about 15-minute talks, and then we'll applaud our speakers, and then we'll open it up to questions for about 5 minutes. And then we'll, after the questions, switch over to the next speaker. I'm going to try to keep it exactly 20-minute windows. So we're starting here at 10:10. The next talk will start right at 10:30, and the final talk will start at 10:50. So yeah, without further ado, I would like to welcome Sean Van Meter to the front to talk about bounding the 2-tooth Chow-Waring rank of quartic polynomials.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming to this session this morning. My name is Sean Van Meter, and as Dr. Torrance alluded to, I will be discussing bounding the 2-tooth Chow-Waring rank of quartic polynomials. So our presentation is going to be broadly divided into 3 sections. We'll start with some preliminaries that we'll need moving forward. Then we'll define our goal, and finally, we will establish a method that can be used to accomplish the goal. Just some conventions throughout this presentation. Blackboard bold K will denote an arbitrary algebraically closed field of characteristic 0, and we will exclude 0 from the set of natural numbers. So it'll just be the positive integers. If a function f, whose domain and codomain are both the integers, satisfies this piecewise definition, so basically there are, for some natural number L, there are L different branches to the piecewise function. And the way we decide which branch to use depends on the congruence of our input modulo L. If each of these FIs is a polynomial of degree D with leading coefficient A, then we say the function f is quasi-polynomial of degree D with quasi-period L, and we write the degree of f as D, and the leading coefficient of f is A. And note that if f is a polynomial that maps integers to integers, then restricting the domain of f to the integers gives us a quasi-polynomial function with quasi-period L for any natural number L. Suppose f is quasi-polynomial with quasi-period L. If the degree of f is 1, we say f is L quasi-linear. If the degree is 2, we say it's L quasi-quadratic, and so on in the natural way. Let D be a positive integer. If D1, D2, up to dk are positive integers whose sum is equal to D, then bold D is an integer partition of D. As an example, 1, 2, 3 is an integer partition of 6. A polynomial P in the ring of polynomials in n+1 indeterminates with coefficients from the field K is said to be homogeneous if every non-zero term of P is of the same degree. As an example, the polynomial 3x squared y minus 7y z squared plus nz cubed is homogeneous because all terms are of degree 3, but the polynomial 4x minus 3z cubed plus 14 is not. Note that there exists an isomorphism phi from the vector space of homogeneous degree D polynomials to the affine space K n plus D choose D. And we define this isomorphism simply by reading off the coefficients of each polynomial to find the corresponding point of the affine space. As an example, phi of x squared plus xy, you can see is equal to the point 1, 1, 0 in C3. And by identifying vectors that are scalar multiples of each other, we're able to reduce this affine space to a projective space, pk n plus d choose d minus 1. Now, suppose that P is a homogeneous polynomial of degree D in n+1 variables, and let bold D equals D1 up to dk be an integer partition of D. If P can be expressed in this form, so basically this is a sum of S terms where each term is a linear form raised to the power of D1 times a linear form raised to the power of D2 on up to a linear form raised to the power of dk, then we call that form of writing P a D Chow-Waring composition of F. And note, if S is minimal, which is to say if every D Chow-Waring decomposition of F has at least S summons, then S is the dth Chow-Waring rank of F. As an example, x squared plus y squared has 1, Chow-Waring decomposition, x plus iy times x minus iy. So the 1/1 Chow-Waring rank of x squared plus y squared is 1. And just a note here, this is a 1/1 decomposition because it is a sum. In this case, it's a sum with only one term, but it's a sum of terms that look like a linear form raised to the first power times a linear form raised to the first power. Let n and d be positive integers, and let bold D be an integer partition of D, and let S be the set of products of linear forms where each one is raised to the corresponding power from the integer partition of D. So basically, these are just exactly like the terms of the sum we saw on the previous slide. Let T be the image set of S under the isomorphism phi we defined earlier. And note that T is a subset of the affine space Kn plus D choose D. Now, similarly to what we did before, we can identify vectors that are scalar multiples of one another and thereby reduce T to a subset of the projective space Pk n plus D choose D minus 1. We call this subset a Chow-Veronese variety, denoted as such, which we would call the dth Chow-Veronese variety of Pkn. And note that a Chow-Veronese variety is something called an irreducible projective variety. Now, suppose X is a projective variety that is living in some n-dimensional projective space. Its S secant variety, denoted as sigma sub S of X, is equal to the Zariski closure of the union of all S-1 planes through S points on X. Now suppose n, d, and s are positive integers, and let bold D be an integer partition of D, then the expected dimension of the S secant variety of the dth Chow-Veronese variety of Pkn is the minimum of S times Kn plus 1 and n plus D choose D minus 1. And if this secant variety has the expected dimension, we say it is non-defective, otherwise it's defective. Our goal is to place an upper bound on the two-tooth Chow-Waring rank of most homogeneous quartic polynomials in n plus 1 variables from K for every natural number n. And what we'd like to notice is that if the S secant variety to the two-tooth Chow-Veronese variety of Pkn is equal to the ambient projective space it's living in, which is to say, if the dimension of that secant variety is equal to the dimension of the ambient space, then S is such an upper bound. On the other hand, if the dimension of the S secant variety is less than the dimension of the ambient space, then there exists some homogeneous quartic polynomial whose two-tooth Chow-Waring rank is greater than S. We would need more than S terms in the sum to express the polynomial. Therefore, we will employ a strategy to place lower and upper bounds on the least S such that for most homogeneous quartic polynomials, their two-tooth Chow-Waring rank is less than or equal to S. Now we'll define some objects that will be of use to us moving forward. First, a few constants. Let L be 12, let K naught be 4, and let N naught be L times K naught plus 1, which is 49. Now we have some functions. K of N is going to be the minimum of the ceiling of N divided by L minus 1 and K naught. Big N of N is N plus 4 choose 4, which you'll note is a degree 4 polynomial. And M of N is going to be 2N plus 1. And note by our earlier remark, N and M, since they are polynomials that map integers to integers, they are L quasi-polynomials. And for every N greater than L, we can construct K of N different planes in the ambient projective space Pk big N of N minus 1. And we construct them in a specific way so that intersections of these planes with the two-tooth Chow-Veronese variety of Pkn and with each other satisfy certain properties. So you can guess a lot's being waved under the rug here. But assuming we do that, and given an L quasi-polynomial function S with degree 3 and leading coefficient 148, we can select S of n generic points of the Chow-Veronese variety such that each intersection of some of the PI contains a certain number of those points. And we'll let Z of n denote that set of points for all natural numbers n. Now we introduce the vector space big A sub IS of n. This is equal to the sum of the affine cones over each of the PI, as well as the tangent space at P to the affine cone over the Chow-Veronese variety for each point P in the set Zn. And we can build this for all natural numbers n and for I from 0 up to Kn. Now let little a sub is of n be equal to this lovely guy. And that upside down delta thing is called nabla. It denotes the backwards difference operator with step size L. And it's defined in the following way, such that nabla naught of f of n equals f of n. Nabla 1 of f of n is f of n minus f of n minus L. And in general, nabla k of f of n equals nabla k minus 1 of f of n minus nabla k minus 1 of f of n minus L. And for brevity, we can omit the superscript for nabla 1 and just write nabla. The expected dimension of the vector space big A sub is of n is equal to the minimum of little a sub is of n and big N of n. And we say that the statement script A sub is of n is true if that vector space has the expected dimension and false otherwise. We'll also say that script A sub is of n is subabundant if little a sub is of n is less than or equal to big N of n, and superabundant if little a is greater than or equal to big N. Now, the following that we will actually use is a corollary of a theorem by Torrance and de Nieuwenhoven. Suppose S1 and S2 are 12 quasi-cubics with leading coefficient 148. If the vector space big A sub Kn S1 of n is true and subabundant, and big A sub Kn S2 of n is true and superabundant for all natural numbers n 1 up to 49, then the S secant variety of the two-toothed Chow-Veronese variety of PKN is non-defective for all S less than or equal to S1 of n and all S greater than or equal to S2 of n. The proof of this uses an inductive argument, and proving the base cases for this induction just amounts to checking that the vector spaces A sub Kn S1 of n and A sub Kn S2 of n have the expected dimension for n 1 up to 49. And here also the quasi-polynomials S1 and S2 need to be chosen so that the expected dimension of the S1 of nth secant variety is less than or equal to the dimension of the ambient space. And similarly, the expected dimension of the S2 of nth secant variety is equal to that of the ambient space. So if we take the S2 of nth secant variety of the Chow-Veronese variety, we expect it to fill the ambient space. We can use the computer algebra package Macaulay 2 to check the base cases. And here's some pseudocode that demonstrates how we might do that. Basically, we have a function to get the expected dimension and respectively the computed dimension of the vector space big A sub is of n. And then those two all statements there just check that the expected dimension matches the actual computed dimension. And so this is what we did. We used Macaulay 2 to compute the dimensions of the vector space big A sub k and S1 of n for n up to 15. We timed each one of these calculations and used a degree 12 polynomial regression to estimate how long it might take to check all 49 base cases. And based on this model, the necessary computations, at least on my little laptop, would take about 300,000 years to complete. That's just for checking S1. We'd have to check S2 too. So maybe closer to 600,000 to get the whole thing. And therefore, we conclude that unless there's a big leap in computing anytime soon, we'll probably need to find another method to bound the two-toothed Chow-Waring rank of homogeneous quartic polynomials. Any questions?
Well, first, let's thank our speaker. Okay, so now let's open the floor to questions. If you're on Zoom, I'm monitoring the chat on my phone, so feel free to type in Zoom if you have any questions. But does anybody here have any questions for Sean? Let me just check Zoom here real quick. I've got some questions for you.
All right.
So, very early in the slides, you were talking about how we needed our field to be algebraically closed.
Yes.
What does that mean, and why do we need it to be algebraically closed?
Okay, that's a great question. Algebraically closed basically means that every polynomial can be factored down into linear terms. That's also to say that there's no polynomial that doesn't have roots. Essentially, every polynomial has a 0 in the field. And so a simple example of this is the complex numbers, because every polynomial with coefficients coming from the complex numbers can be factored down into linear terms. And I'll go back to my slide. The reason that we need that is we're looking here at algebraic varieties, which are, I think I'm on the right track here, Dr. Torrance. We're looking at algebraic varieties, which are essentially solutions to sets of polynomial equations. And so we need to know that every polynomial does have as many roots as we would expect it to, allowing the multiplicity of some of those roots might be greater than 1.
So was there a specific example that you showed the Chow-Rang-Ranko?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So here we factored x squared plus y squared down into x plus iy times x minus iy. We couldn't do this in the reals. We had to be in the complex numbers, so we could factor this into linear terms.
Check the chat again, just in case. Okay, one more question for me. So why were you interested in the 2-2 decomposition? Why was that an interesting one?
Well, that is a case that has not been solved yet. So I think the 4 case, the Waring case, has been solved, right? Was that the Alexander Hershowitz, or is that the Chow case, the 1-1-1-1?
So the Chow case is still open.
Okay.
The 4 is the Alexander Hershowitz theorem.
Yeah, okay. So there's already a theorem that says that these secant varieties are non-defective if we're looking at just the 4 Chow-Waring decomposition, where we're just looking at sums of linear forms taken to the 4th power. So this is one of the cases that's still open.
But of the ones that are still open, why did you pick this one?
I picked this one because I like symmetry, and so I like that it was 2-2.
If I recall, it was also, it had the smallest L, right? Like it had the smallest
Yes,
size.
yes.
The other cases would have been much more than 300,000 years.
Yes.
All right. Let's thank our speaker one last time.
Thank you.
Next talk will start here in about a minute or two. Okay, make sure I get. Yours is presentation 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
have a very creative name.
What? Oh, I don't want to start the tour. There we go. So I apologize. Everybody's got to look at my mug the entire time. I'm logged into Zoom on my phone, so I can monitor the chat. And since I think I'm the only person logged in right now, you have to see my face. So sorry. But anyways, yeah, so let's get started. So next up we have Peyton Tillery, who's going to be talking about the concavity of tangles and their partitions.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Peyton Tillery, and I will be talking about the concavity of tangles and their partitions. I've broken my slides up into 3 sections, describing what a tangle is, speaking upon their concavity, and then also discussing the partitions that can be made from these tangles. So start out, what is a tangle? A tangle can be described as a curving figure that rests upon a plane consisting of links that are a quarter circle. And this image below shows those links and also shows the simplest case for a tangle, which is a circle, even though this is not connected. Now, the number of links in tangle is its length, and we can use that to then name different tangles based on that and give each tangle a class, because each class or each number of tangles can be divisible by 4. So we can say a tangle has a name of 4C. So then these links can be arranged in 2 different ways, concave or convex. And for convention, I will be saying concave are links orientated inwards, while convex are curving outwards. So to start off, I created a theorem stating that if a tangle has class C, if a tangle with class C has L concave links, then L equals 2C minus 2. And we can now redefine our theorem by using dual graphs. And what a dual graph is a grid where we can place vertices and edges to create different tangles. For example, this grid on the left has the blue line as the edges and the black dots as the vertices, and that dual graph creates the tangle on the right. So in dual graphs, we can create things such as squares, and there is a relationship between the number of edges and the number of squares in a dual graph. And we can give a tangle a size M based on the number of edges and record the number of squares K. And we can now use Dr. Torrance's theorem that he proved, saying if a tangle with class C has a dual graph with M edges and K squares, then C is equal to M minus 2K plus 1. So to start out, we can then discuss on how do we expand a tangle. We can look at the first case of when we add just an edge and we are not completing a square. When we do add this, we see that we are adding 2 concave links and we are increasing our size by 1. So we leave K the same, and then we end up with a size of M plus 1. On the other hand, we can close a square or complete a square by adding an edge. And when we do this, we are actually ending up with 2 fewer concave links. And the image below shows if we have an open tangle and we add that 4th edge, that we are losing the 2 and leaving 1. So now we can prove my theorem from earlier. We can state that once again, L equals 2C minus 2. And for our base case, once again, it's the circle saying that class of 1, and we end up with 0 concave links. Now our inductive step, we can take my theorem and combine it with Dr. Torrance's, and we can end up with L equals 2 times M minus 2K plus 1 minus 2. And this can also break down into the 2 cases of completing a square and not. So when we don't complete a square, we get the following formula: L equals 2 times M plus 1 minus 2K plus 1 minus 2, which we saw from earlier. And then we add an edge and complete a square, we end up with L equals 2 times M plus 1 minus 2 times K plus 1 minus 2. So now we can move on to the partitions of these tangles. And a partition is based on the number of touching concave links. These partitions actually have to follow a rule, as we've seen so far, that a tangle that includes a number of 4 or greater will be invalid due to 4 links creating a circle. And if you have more than 4, you're actually now leaving the plane into the three-dimensional field. So we have to follow those rules. And we can find different partitions by adding a single edge to an existing tangle. For example, this tangle below has the partition of 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3. And this is just counting the sections of concave links. So now above is an image of the different cases for when we add just a single edge and do not complete a square. And working through them, we can start with the first image above, saying that there's an existing partition that ends with 1 plus 1. Now when we add a edge parallel to the tangle, we create a new partition ending in 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. And similarly with figure 2, we are actually adding an edge perpendicular, and this creates a new partition of 1 plus 1 plus 2. Moving on, we have figure 3, where there's an existing partition ending in 1 plus 1 plus 2. And then when we add a edge to it, we end up with a new partition of 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2. And for 4, there's an existing partition of 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, which we did see as the final partition of figure 1. And then now when adding a new edge, we create a new partition that is the same as figure 3, as orientation of the shape does not matter in this case. For figure 5, there's an existing partition ending in 1 + 1 + 2 + 2. Now, when we add a new edge, we create a partition of 2 + 2 + 2 + 2, which to me is one of my favorite shapes just because it's very symmetric and satisfying to me. And finally, for figure 6, there's an existing partition of 1 + 1 + 2. And we added edge, we create a new partition of 1 + 1 + 1 + 3. So now we can look at the other case, once again, of completing a square. So for figure 1, this is the example from before. We have a partition of just 3, and then when we do complete the square, we end up with a partition of +1. So we can see we have 2 fewer edges, or concave links, I mean. So for figure 2, there's an existing partition of 1 + 3. And then when we add another edge and complete the square, we get 1 + 1. For figure 3, we have an existing partition of 1 + 2 + 3. When we do add an edge here, we end up with 2 + 2. For figure 4, there's an existing partition of ending with 1 + 1 + 3. When we do add an edge and complete the square, we create a new partition of 1 + 1 + 1. And finally, or not finally, for figure 5, there's a existing partition of 1 + 1 + 2 + 3. And then when we do complete the square, we result in a new partition of 1 + 2 + 2. And finally, for figure 6, there's an existing partition of 1 + 1 + 2 + 2 + 3. Now, when we complete the square, we result in a partition of 2 + 2 + 3. And we see for all these that each time we are adding an edge and completing a square, we are reducing our partition by 2 concave links. And that is all I have, so thank you. So.
Any other questions for Pink? Let's check the chat here. I think I might be able to fix that. I don't know. All right, well, I got some questions for you.
Okay.
So early back when you were proving your theorem, you had the base case, and you said
Yes.
that the class of that tangle, the circle, was 1.
Okay.
Why is it 1?
Okay, so yes, if I go back to my first slide, I had discussed that we can name our tangles based on its class. So for instance, that would be a 4 tangle would be its name, denoting the number of links in the full tangle, with it being a circle. And so, you can denote your class by the number of links. So if you had a tangle of 12 existing links, you can divide that by 4, and that would be a class 3 tangle.
And then also, when you were introducing partitions, you gave an example.
Yes.
Could you just kind of walk through why that is exactly the partition? of that?
Yes. So me going through partitions, I didn't worry about the order of the numbers. So I just thought it would be easier to see visually going upwards through the numbers. So you'd count this as 1 tangle, this as a 1, and that as a 1. And these 2 concave sections as 2s, and this one right here is a 3. So you would end up with 1 + 1 + 1 + 2 + 2 + 3.
And I remember we talked about this a while ago in my office. And I don't remember if you found anything. You didn't talk about it in the talk. So I'm sort of going away from your talk for a second. You did mention that we're obviously not going to have a partition with 4 or more concave links, because that would be a circle, which would make any sense. But were there any other groups of partitions that you found that don't have any 4s? They're all 1s, 2s, and 3s that can't happen?
Yes. So I thought there was a connection between the number of possible partitions compared to its links, the different numbers you can create. And there were cases where you couldn't have certain ones, and it was just due to the fact that you do not have enough links to work back around to connect. So it would just be an open tangle, which does not follow with what I was looking for.
Okay. Do you remember any simple examples of the ones that don't work?
I haven't looked at that page in a while, so I don't. But there was a few where it was, I think there may have been one where it was like 1 + 2 + 2, and that just did not come back around to connect. I think that was one, but it's something along the lines of, in that case, you'd have 8 total links, and that's just not a completed tangle.
Right. A simple counterexample I can think of is 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you have to have at least another one to match up with that.
Mhm.
Something to think about for your paper.
Okay.
All right, anybody else have any questions for Pate? Just check the chat here. All right, let's thank our speaker again. All right, so officially we have about 9 minutes, but I think we'll probably start up a few minutes early here, just so we're not just sitting here twiddling our thumbs for 9 minutes. So we'll give a few minutes break here before this starts. Well, check it out. It's a tangle. Right there in Pro. That's awesome.
Google algorithms got us figured out too well. If they're listening. What it is.
There we go. I hid my face. Yeah, we're gonna start at 4 till 2 minutes.
Of course, all people. You ready? All right, we'll go ahead and get started with our last talk of the session. Next up, we have Chris Bale talking about truncated square tangles.
Hi, everybody. Before I get into my presentation, I just want to give a little congratulations to both Sean and Peyton on an unbelievable bit of research, a very difficult amount of research, and also a very impressive presentation on both sides. Also, I'd like to give a thank you to Dr. Torrance for all of his assistance and guidance through my research and my presentation today. And then also thank you for everyone for coming out to support us seniors and also supporting Symposium. So also, I'd like to jump in with saying just welcome to Symposium of 2022. I know it's been a little while since we've been face to face. Everyone's very excited, a little bit less, a little more nervous than others. I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Christopher Bale. I'm from Burleson, Texas. I'm an applied mathematics major, and I'm a senior here at Piedmont. And I'm going to be talking about truncated square tangles, as Dr. Torrance had alluded to. So jumping into the base part of truncated square tangles is talking about just tangles to begin with. Tangles to begin with is what a lot of that Peyton had talked about, is this identity of a couple of different pieces that are formed together to thus form a circle within a two-dimensional figure. This was really brought up with the idea of my presentation by Dr. Torrance, and talking, he has these little toy pieces that if you put a bunch of them together, these little links, they can make little mazes, and they're really fun for kids to play with, or I guess adults work out too, right? So tangles are basically connected by any multiple of 4 quarter length pieces that are looped through any given edge or intersection within a given grid. We'll start off with the basic square tiling, which is shown in the top form, the little red boxes up there. These are like the base identity of just a couple of the quarter length, and then drawn, I have what it would look like as if you were to draw just around one single vertex, giving us the idea of just 4 pieces together. Next, we'll get into where it gets a little bit more fun. What I've talked about is truncated square tiling and tangles within that piece. Given the pattern above, we see that not only do we have the base squares from before with the basic square tiling, we've now added a new picture or a new shape, being octagons, which gives us a new lengthened piece to measure by, which is a 3/8 piece. So we'll now be able to talk about some class and different lengths. So we have any pieces can be go ahead and classified as certain lengths. And then as we've talked about 2 different shapes, we also have 2 different sizes of link. We have the quarter length piece, which will be identified as Q throughout the presentation. And then also we have the idea of the 3/8 link, which goes within a octagon, which it will be denoted as T throughout the presentation. Jumping into square tangles, I found as I did most of my research, I found that the length of any truncated tangle can always be simplified as a denotion of Q comma T, being that the first number always represented within a parentheses will be the amount of square or quarter length links. And the next piece will be any form of T, which was the 3/8 links. And that there's a similar correlation of for every quarter length, there's also twice the amount of 3/8 length, giving us a 2 to 2n ratio, which will be talked about a lot more as we go through a couple of different cases. And so with this, when we use only 1 and 2 of each, will give us our idea of a base case, which is drawn below. It has a little 1, 2. You can't, I'm not really sure if you can see the colors or not. There's for every quarter length, there's a little blue piece, and then for every 3/8 length, there's a little green piece. So just to keep with the different little pieces. Right. So getting into the tiling itself, as we look through, we now have our base case, which is around any vertice throughout the entire grid. Our next idea is involving the shapes. So with involving the shapes, I created this idea of an originality. So originality meaning that I'm going to use the shape from within the tiling. So to start off with, we'll have the square tiling or the square originality more given. We'll start off with a base case of being surrounded by one single vertex on the left, where it's more of an empty square that is next to the vertex. Then also following, you have the a filled square, which uses a corresponding vertex via this square. And by detaching a single quarter length piece and rotating it 180 degrees, we can thus then add on 2 extra 3/8 lengths and another quarter length, giving us a n+1 as we're adding a single quarter length piece in the first part of the parentheses. And then we're also 2n+2 adding on an extra 2 3/8 lengths, which then can be simplified by basic distributive properties of an n+1 to n+1 denotion. Now, the really fun part of all of my research was getting to basically create a new lingo. I was sitting down with Dr. Torrance, and at one point we had this idea of adding certain parts and pieces and what they look like. And we were just identifying them as just basic loops. And so I think at one point, I think it was Dr. Torrance that really came up with the idea. He's like, yeah, we've got these loopities here and there. We've got, single loopity, this loopity, that loopity. And I was like, can I use this? And he said, absolutely. So you're going to see a lot of loopity, and that's kind of just a new form of lingo, but it's kind of like your little bunny ear up here, the all red piece. That is an addition of a loopity within the base case piece. And it has the core hand-in-hand piece with the, the hand-in-hand theorem and proof with the square originality. So just as we had found the square originality, we'll also do the same with the octagonal originality, being that we have one single vertex as our base case, and then filling the idea of the rest of the shape, going through the edges, adding pieces, and moving the single 3/8 piece to then be able to surround the following vertexes, which gives us an n+3 by adding 3 other following square pieces, and then also 3n+6. Now, with this, we have our next loopity case, being the triple loopity. The triple loopity is a little bit extra fun, as the triple loopity can be created off of the base case, and it enjoins and basically entangles also what can be identified as the octagonal originality case. It's basically adding from any single vertex, you're adding and completing extra octagon within your correlation or within your tangle. Now, as we've added these things, we can also take them away, being the negation of these pieces. So as I have here a single square and single octagon being filled, as I've talked about before, I'm going to go ahead and negate by changing the direction of a single quarter link piece from the square to then capitalize and create the octagonal originality piece, giving us that extra little corner bunny ear up there. It's going to be basically taken away by just the single movement, which can also be proved as n-n to n-2, then being able to be simplified as n-1 to n-1. Yes. Also with this, the negation of the single loopity, you have to have a base starting case of at least a 5-10 spread. Whereas with the addition of the single loopity, it was just the single base case. You can just add any square to the given vertex. Whereas here, you need more pieces in order to take pieces away. Now we have the fun case of the double loopity, which is the final. We have the single, we've had the triple, and now we talk about the double loopity. The fun case about the double loopity is that given any 4 vertexes fused within an octagon, we can then close it off by adding an extra couple of pieces, giving 2 extra square pieces and 4 extra 3/8 links, so on and so forth. This is given also that we're already using probably around 3 octagons, I believe was the base idea of a double loopity, where we had to have at least 3 octagons being in use of this tangle and also a single square. Next, we have the negation of a triple loopity. This is the same correlation that we already have the base idea of a octagonal originality. We are then changing the direction of a single 3/8 piece, which is the red in the picture, thus creating the base case and a n to n-3 to n-6, thus being able to be correlated over to a n-3 to n-3. To be said with that, if there are any more variations through many hours of doodling on paper and different configurations that I had drawn and talked about with Dr. Torrance, we found that there's a constant identity for any Q that is added within the grid or the tiling, that there's also double the amount of 3/8 links through these tangles that can be created within a 2-dimensional figure versus the 3-dimensional figure not being on a plane, and so on and so forth. So we have cases from 1-2 being your base case, the 2-4 being your square originality, your 4-8 being the octagonal originality, the 510 being your one octagon, one square, and so on and so forth for however many pieces you choose to include within your entanglement. This all works except for the single case of 3-6. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and go Lions. Roar.
Anyone have any questions for our teacher?
So you mentioned that the 3-6 case you couldn't get to work out. So I was wondering, like, did you actually like construct a counter example where it was like 3 and something else besides 6? Like, I can't remember, was the first number the square pieces or the octagonal pieces?
The square pieces was the first one.
Yeah,
So
so
the
was
first,
there one that had like 3 square pieces and a different number of octagonal pieces, or one that had like 6 octagonal and like not 3 square pieces? Or could you just not get one that had like either 3 square pieces or 6 octagonal pieces?
it was
That makes
more of
sense.
the idea that I could not find a way to configure the pieces to include 3 of them. So the base idea of 3 is the fact that you're using 3 squares, and using 3 squares going around a single octagonal piece, it comes out to be some other ordinational piece, and using other sizes of Leucides and whatnot. So it just never ended up working out based off of if you only use 1 vertex versus if you're using 2 vertexes. You can't, how it's laid out within the tiling, there's no really option for being able to use 3 and still be able to connect all the pieces.
Okay, so you just couldn't construct one of these that used 3 square pieces?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha. Thank you.
totally. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, you in the back.
No, I'm just kidding.
So I have a follow-up question to Sean's question. So Sean mentioned the possibility of maybe finding something that had 3 square pieces and some other number of square pieces. Based on what you proved, would that be possible?
I have not gone that deep into the research with it, but I believe that it would not be possible given from all of the cases. I did go as far as, 10 to 20 and 11 to 22 pieces within like that kind of parentheses value, but in using 3, it never just adds up.
So you absolutely have gone that far into it. Go back to your theorem.
This, are we going here? Or are we going further back?
Very beginning, when you state your theorem. Maybe at the very beginning, but whenever you state your theorem.
Yeah.
There it is, yeah.
There we go.
So if you have 3 square pieces, how many 3/8 pieces would you have to have?
I would have to have 6, which doesn't actually complete a full octagon. Which would be allowed.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
So Sean's example of like either one with 3 and some other number is, you've proven that's impossible. If
Yeah.
there's 3 quarter pieces, there has to be 3/8.
6.
So 6 3/8 pieces. So you've proven that much, but it would be nice to have a definite proof that 3/6 doesn't exist. So
Absolutely.
maybe something to shoot for with paper. Let's see, I had another question now. I'm thinking about Sean's question. I forget what my question was.
Oh,
Yeah, I
dang.
remember my question.
Ah.
So scroll to your like the negating negating the single Leucide slide. So in that picture, it looks like you're taking away a square from the figure, right? So
Absolutely.
it's just, do you recall, is there a way to remove a Leucide while actually adding a square to the figure?
I'm great. Could you repeat the question?
So there you took away a square, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you add a square. Is there a way to add a square but still have it remove a Leucide, negate a Leucide?
Yeah, actually, so in using more of the octagon surrounding a single square, if you're already using about 3 or 4 of the octagons in bringing it into taking a piece out of the square, if we take out the single Leucide, it also adds in the square into the entire entanglement.
All right. Any other questions for?
I've got one more. How many sheets
Sean,
of-
you're killing me. No, I'm just kidding.
How many sheets of paper with this tiling printed on it did you go through?
I don't want to talk about it, Sean. Rest in peace, my bank account. Okay. A lot to answer though, a lot, like way too many.
Such is the life of a mathematician.
Yeah, not enough paper in the world.
So I'm going to tell a story. I was reading some math book at some point, I forget, and what it was, but I was reading like introduction or something, and it was talking about this famous mathematician at like Oxford or Cambridge or something. And his maid every day would walk into his office and see him furiously working. And then he'd look at his sheet of paper, and disgust, crumple it up and throw it on the floor. And so she'd have to pick up all his paper from the floor. And that's like, you just do this over and over again, just like furiously work, furiously work. Furiously work, And that's pretty much how that is. At least research. Anyways, any last questions for Chris? All right, let's make our. Well, we'll thank everyone for coming to our special session on mathematics. Here in about 20 minutes, actually, at 11:20. We're going to have our next session here in this room. That's our special section on computer science. And you're stuck with me again, because I'm also the organizer for that one. So you're welcome to stick around or explore all the other awesome things that are happening symposium today. And thanks for coming.
Okay.
All right, welcome everybody to the Piedmont Symposium special session on computer science. I'm Dr. Torrance. I'm the organizer for the session, and I'm also the instructor for both the internship and senior capstone research project courses this semester. I'm really excited to see our students present what they've been doing, what they have been up to this semester. We're going to start with Jeremy Cooper, who is going to be talking about his Lucian internship deployment program.
All righty. So as a lot of you probably already know me. I worked at Piedmont probably around 4 years in the IT department. And recently we had Ellucian kind of pick up all of the IT at Piedmont. So whenever we transferred to Ellucian kind of picked up the majority of the IT department. And I was kind of a part of that. And it's been really nice. I really liked the transfer to Ellucian. I think they're a really good company. They're a worldwide company. But yeah, the way I'm going to kind of start this, I'm going to let you know kind of what Ellucian is and what type of work they do. And I'm going to also talk about some of the projects that I've been working on. Primarily, since this is a computer science internship, I'm going to talk about deployment programming, which is, it's how you like mass deploy to computers on a network. You know, because it would be a pain if we had to individually go download programs on 700 plus computers. So I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about that. All right, so what is Ellucian? Ellucian primarily is a software company, and they provide turnkey solutions for higher education. So if you guys have ever used like Banner Web or Banner, Colleague, self-service, which we have self-service and Colleague here on this campus, then you're probably familiar with Colleague products. And the benefit of having Ellucian on campus now, the transferring over to that, is we have full-time support and constant support for those products. So it just makes things easier for the students and for faculty and staff. Another thing that they do is we provide the main support for the database, which that ties into Colleague. And if you guys have heard of Starfish, all of the database connectors are managed by Ellucian. So it's really, it brings the communication of the college together, makes things easier for us to manage. And that's what Ellucian mainly does. So where do I fit into Ellucian? Kind of a subset of Ellucian is they have a managed IT team where they send their managed IT services to higher education institutions, and they'll take care of the IT services for that college. And that's primarily what I do. So I do everything from what's called like tier 1 to tier 3 support, really. So with Ellucian, you're going to have your tier 1 support, which is like whenever you call, like if you have an issue with your computer, you're going to call the main help desk and they're going to kind of walk you through and give you some basic troubleshooting. 50% of the time they're able to solve those issues. If they can't solve those issues, then what they'll do is they'll forward you to me. And then generally I'm going to go through the tier 1, 2, and 3 support, if they miss something, or the harder, basically the harder stuff. And I can generally figure out what's going on. So that's pretty much where I fit into it. If a monitor's unplugged, obviously they can't do that over the phone. So they'll have me go plug in the monitor. Or if something with the print server's acting up, I'll go remote into the print server and escalate the situation to support if I need to, stuff like that. So that's kind of where I fit in. I'm going to talk a little bit about my job experience and my day-to-day for what I do at Ellucian. So like I was saying, I've worked for Piedmont for 4 years. I started in July 2018, and then Ellucian recently took over the main IT operations just before the beginning of fall semester. So that's whenever we swapped over to Ellucian. And the majority of like I was saying earlier, the majority of the Piedmont IT department, including myself, were hired on as Ellucian employees, full-time Ellucian employees, which has been really great. All right, so I'm gonna talk about some of my job roles. I am a technical support specialist, and in Ellucian speak, that's tier 2 and tier 3 generally. We handle everything that the central help desk can't handle. So we do everything from, we do deployments. We even do a little bit of programming, which is really cool. Another thing that I do is I mentor all of the IT student workers. And I've been doing that since I've been here. Logan is actually he's been the main IT student worker, so you've probably seen him around. And then anything else remotely IT related, that's going to get forwarded to me as well. All right, so I'm going to kind of go over a day-to-day or what it looks like, coming into work and what I do on a daily basis. So generally on a normal day, I'll come in at 8 a.m. We've got working in IT, we take care of all of the classroom AV. So if a computer is down or a presentation station is down or a projector's acting up, we're going to get calls in the morning. People are going to be like, hey, I need you to come take care of this for me. So I'll run around in the morning, generally taking care of stuff like that, which that tends to die down towards the end of the semester. But really beginning of the semester is whenever morning issues are a thing and we're having to monitor the phones. After that, I'll kind of check my ticket queue. Like I was saying earlier, I get these tickets from the central help desk, and I will take care of these tickets. So they can range from many multitudes of issues. And then once my tickets are clear for the day, generally I'll clear 10 to 15 tickets in a day is kind of my standard. The most tickets I've ever cleared, like this fall semester, whenever we just swapped to Ellucian, I had cleared probably like 113, I think was like my high score. So that was pretty cool. And in a single day. So that was fun. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about deployment programming. And this is actually kind of the project that I've been working on. And it was actually a really big need for us here. And right now we're in the end stages of getting this fully deployed. We're just waiting on some network upgrades. And I'm going to talk about basically deployment programming. It allows us to remotely deploy software. And this is beneficial because it's going to save you a lot of time. Obviously running up and downloading something to 30 computers, it's going to take a while. So if you can just do that by automating it and use software, that's generally what you want to do. And the project that I'm going to talk about today is going to be Wake on LAN, or deploying Wake on LAN, which is whenever you send a magic packet to a computer, and if the computer is turned off, you can turn it on remotely. And it's something that takes a little bit of configuration, but once you can deploy that configuration to computers, you can turn computers on and off as you need to. So it's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, so like I was saying, you turn on computers with a magic packet. If you need to update a computer or you need to remote into a computer that's turned off, you have the ability to turn that computer on. So the first thing that you want to do whenever you're building any deployment, you want to figure out what settings you actually need to change. And this is where you start, because you kind of start building out what you need to do. So with Wake on LAN, you have to go in and, you know, select the network card and everything. So you kind of get everything lined up, and then you need to find a way to automate that. You also need to find all of the software that you're going to be using, which PDQ is a big one. I'll talk about that a little more later. But PDQ is how we actually deploy the programs to computers. And then you're going to use this information to create an automated version of what you want to do. So you're either going to use scripts or batch to, that way you don't have to go to each computer manually and do it. You can just deploy it, which is great. All right, so step by step for Wake on LAN, kind of starting things out, like I was saying, network card needs to be configured. The way that this works is you use a PowerShell script, and you have to kind of parse through the network cards with PowerShell. And then if you've ever worked with object-oriented programming, you know that these objects have attributes. And essentially what you're doing is changing the attributes of the card to this magic packet. Another thing that you need to do is there are BIOS settings on a computer. You need to be able to change these BIOS settings, which BIOS on a computer, it's separate from the operating system that you're used to. It's more of like a hardware-based system. It's the basic input-output system of a computer. So you can't necessarily change it from the OS unless you have special software. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. You have to enable power settings for the computer. When you turn a computer off, there are different power states. The computer needs to know how off it actually needs to be. Like obviously, if the network card is going to receive a magic packet, it needs to at least have some power to realize that it's received a magic packet. And then these settings need to be sent to multiple computers at a time, and we're going to use PDQ deploy for that. All right, so we're going to kind of go through the things that we're going to use for each of those individual steps. Obviously, like I was saying earlier, PowerShell, we're using that to parse and filter to the active network card, because we don't want to apply it to all network cards. You know, computers they can have several. They can have like a Bluetooth card, they can have a network card. If you have an Ethernet port on your computer, that's also a separate card. And really the one we want to apply it to is the Ethernet port, because everything here is hardwired, and that's kind of the direction we want to go with it. So basically the filter is going to filter down to an Ethernet network card out of, you know, the 2 or 3 that a computer is going to have. Another tool that we're going to use is the Dell Client Configuration Toolkit. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to edit BIOS settings without physically having to be at the machine. And this is a little weird because you can't generally edit BIOS settings from the OS unless you have specific vendor software, and that's what this is. And as you guys probably know, most of the computers we have on campus are Dell. Actually, any Windows machine we have on campus is going to be Dell. So that's why it's crucial to kind of have the same computer everywhere. And this isn't really a programming language. Batch is more of like a command line interface for computers. And it's basically a way to queue up commands to run in a terminal. And you know, you put it in a notepad, you name it a batch file, and it'll run those commands from top to bottom. Another software we're going to use is VS Code. And this is really just our IDE interpreter. It's how we go in, and it basically makes programming easier. It keeps your code laid out nicely and easy to read, so you can go back and make changes easily. And then the 5th software we're going to use is PDQ deploy, and then that's to deploy to any number of PCs. All right, so step 1, a PowerShell script is going to be run, and that PowerShell script identifies the card, and it parses each of the attributes, and it modifies the attributes that need to be modified. And you can kind of see the code here. This is a portion of that. It's a little longer, but this kind of gives you the gist. That top portion is what filters out the card. You can see all of the and statements there. It has to meet all of those for it to actually select the card to be parsed. And then under that, you're going to have the for loop, which a for loop is just going to go through each of those attributes, and then it changes the attributes as needed. Okay, and the Dell toolkit that I was telling you guys about, basically what you do is you just go into the toolkit and you select settings that need to be changed. And then you build an executable file. This program allows you to build an executable file, which then can then be silently deployed to a computer. Okay, and then our batch file. Luckily for this, we actually only needed one command to run for this. And this essentially goes in and edits the registry, which if you're unfamiliar with the registry, it's basically any program that you install on a computer is going to have registry entries, which is where a lot of like the plain text variables are. And you can go in there and edit those to be what you need them to be. And this is what sets the power state of the computer. And it just swaps the registry over to this. And then what you're going to do once you have these three things, and that's kind of what it comes down to is just three parts of this deployment. We have to deploy that executable file, we have to deploy the batch file, and then we deploy the PowerShell file. And that's what you're kind of seeing on the left. There's the steps. And then on the right, you can see where we have, the several computers that we're going to deploy that to. And then generally what you do is you want to test it on one computer first to make sure it doesn't have, any unintended consequences of running whatever code. So you always want to have like test groups. And once you test it on several computers and see that it's good, you can generally deploy it across campus. All right, and now you have a wakeable computer. You can wake this computer from any server or computer on campus as long as it's on the same local network, and you're good to go. And that's it. Thanks.
Questions, Jeremy?
Can you use this?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
That's okay.
yeah, sure.
Can you use this on a VPN?
Yeah, actually you can. So if you connect with a VPN, essentially what you're doing is you're putting your computer thinks that it's behind our firewall, which a firewall is what blocks all network traffic. So basically it builds an encrypted tunnel behind the firewall, and then your computer thinks it's on campus, essentially, is what that comes down to. So once you have that, you can wake any computer. If it's someone that doesn't have admin credentials, you can do it on the same VLAN. So, and VLANs are by building. So if a computer's in the building, which I think if you're VPN'd in, I think it thinks you're in Daniel. So you can wake any computer in Daniel. And yeah, what's that?
Say, wait, wait.
Mhm.
Even after you remove it from the VPN now?
Yeah. So if you wake up a computer, it'll kind of stay woken up because you've got a computer that's powered off, and then it's just like pressing the power button on a computer. Essentially, is what that does. So.
I was gonna ask you, I understand that wake on that on some of the older computers, it's kind of hard to pick up.
Yeah.
What about wireless? I know that that's still a struggle. You cannot.
Yeah. So.
On Wi-Fi.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the Wi-Fi cards, they generally don't stay powered, and they also just don't have the ability. Unfortunately, you can only send the magic packet via Ethernet because it uses basically what it does is it parses the network of slightly alive cards using the MAC address, and that's just not a possibility with Wi-Fi. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Macs are exempt.
Yeah, Macs are exempt. Macs are even exempt from our deployments at the moment, but we're actually working on getting some management software that'll be able to deploy from Macs, because Macs are a whole other animal. Yeah, this applies to all of our Dell machines, but it's something we are working on.
So one other thing, this is outside, I guess,
Mhm.
left field, but what's the approval process like for deploying software?
The approval process for deploying software. Generally what we'll do, so if it's it really depends on the type of software. Like if it's software that the IT department has a need for, generally we'll get that approved through the CIO, and then that'll go through the CFO. We'll get the software and we'll deploy that as needed. If it's academic software, then that'll go through like academic technology. And then once it goes through academic technology, they'll get back to us, and then that'll give us the approval to go ahead and deploy that.
If I'm an instructor, I want to put something on my lab machine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, if you need anything on several computers like that, just kind of let academic technology know. They do all the research and then we just we deploy whatever they need us to. Mhm.
Any other questions? All right, let's take care of you. You next, Laura? I think I've got it. If you just pull up Chrome, I think it's got your slides up. And then, yeah, that's here. Okay, so next up, we have Laura Dyer. Who's going to be talking about building a Python-based chatbot. I also want to mention both Laura and then Logan, who's going to go right after Laura. You can actually check out their projects in a hands-on way. Right after this, at 12:30, we have a computer science open house down the hallway in the Swanson Mac Lab. And then also all the students from the first year object-oriented programming course are also showing off their projects as well. So I invite all of you to go check that out after this session. Laura.
So today I'm going to be talking about how I made a Python-based chatbot. And so you might say, what is a chatbot? And a chatbot is an AI program that simulates human conversation. So you really want it to appear human, and like sometimes that means holding a conversation with you, sometimes that means answering your question, but in a more like human manner instead of just saying, this is exactly what it is. It's because you don't want to just replicate Google, or people just go to Google instead of using your chatbot. But you can actually see them on a variety of websites, like Amazon, for instance, has one. You go to like Best Buy, some universities have them. And then sometimes people have them deployed directly on their local machine. And some people just use them to carry on a conversation. Some people use them actually for work and everything like that. So to actually build it, like I said, it's important for it to seem human. And for it to seem human, you need to train it on how to respond to certain prompts. So you don't want to say like, hey, what's the best commute to say Athens? And then it respond with something completely random because it doesn't know what commute means, because you didn't program it to say commute means find the distance. And so in particular, mine uses YAML, which is a human readable data format, as well as Python to train it. And the YAML files are more human readable, like I said, while the Python can take a little bit of parsing to understand exactly what it's doing. But the YAML files are divided into certain categories, such as conversation, literature, weather, humor, recipes, anything like that. And here's an example of a YAML file. So as I said, there's a category. So for this one, it's greetings. And then you say, well, here's the actual conversations. And so the double dashes means that's what the user is typing in. And the single dashes are what it's going to spit out. And if you want it to be random, you can put multiple under the double dashes. So if you say, hi, how is it going? It can either respond good, fine, okay, great, could be better, not so great. And it'll just return a different one each time in a pseudo-random manner. So as I mentioned, you can also use Python to train it. And it's a little less easy to make it random because of the way you separate it is by commas. And here's the example of that. So I made it a little easier to read. You don't actually have to space it out like this, but if you don't, then you're just going to have a giant line of commas and quotation marks. So the way it does it is this is the same thing as the double dashes, and this is the same thing as the single dash. So if you put in hello, it'll return hi there. And if you put in how are you doing, it'll return I'm doing great. So there's not really a great way to put the random there, because if you say how are you doing, you're gonna have to type how are you doing like 5 times, but it's always gonna look at the first one on the list. And it always looks at the Python file before it looks at the YAML files. So if you hard code in hello, it's gonna always return hi there, even if you have hello on your YAML files, because it always checks the Python first. So to actually use the training, it's going to check each of the files. And if it's not in the Python, it'll go to the YAML file. And if it's not in either of those things, it'll return sort of a random string. It's built to have a variety of random responses. So if you just wanted to say something random, you could just put like even just a space in, and it'll just tell you some random fact, or it'll say something kind of silly, and you're like, why did it say that? And that's why. But it does ignore the capitalization and punctuation. So you can say, how are you doing without it having the question mark, and it'll still know that you're saying, how are you doing with a question mark. So that's what's really nice about that. But if you put in it in Python, you can actually search through the string the user puts in. Like if they have a whole line of text and you want it to just see if it has a word in there such as search, because you want it, because they want to like look through something on the internet, you can say, well, is the word search in here? And if it is, do this instead of looking through your files, or return this specific line in your files. Or you can even say if like weather's in there, or say if commute is in there, or travel, like I mentioned, and it'll only do the traveling thing. It won't return like a string that's in the YAML file. So here's an example of reading the user responses, and it's the actual thing is called get. So if you saw the command line while it's running, you would see that it prefaces each thing with get. And so for this, the function is called getBot response. So the user text is what it's going to call it each time it gets a message from the user. So every time you say something to it, that is its user text. So if, for instance, like we said, if weather is in user text, it's going to actually return the function, which is further up to return the weather of the place. Versus like if you say search is in there, it'll actually search it on Google and return like a Google search result of that specific thing, instead of saying, what does search how are you mean? Like, I don't know what that means, but then it says search is in there. It's like, oh, it wants me to look it up, which you wouldn't really say search how are you, you'd say search best coffee shop in Demorest or something like that. And otherwise, I have the final statement is it just looks through the files and checks the training modules to see how it should respond appropriately. So for my particular variations, I have a university chatbot, which is more like professional based. It's not really made to hold conversations with you. It's meant to answer specific questions like a deposit information, applications, visitation information, and stuff like that. And then you have the personal chatbot, which is made for more like, tell me a joke, how are you, conversations, give me a recipe, search Google for XYZ. And so here is like the university chatbot, like I mentioned. You can ask where something is specifically on the website, and it'll return the URL, or you can ask it like information, like when was your college founded, or like how many students do you have, anything sort of like that. Versus the personal one is more for greeting, searching, just for your personal use. That's why it's called a personal assistant. It's like having a phone in your hands that you can search with, but it's actually just on your desktop. So for mine, I have the two links. You have the university assistant and you have the personal assistant. So I'll go ahead and do the personal assistant first. So it pops up a chat window and it says, hi, I'm your personal assistant. Go ahead and send me a message. So you can say, what's up? And I'll say, like, do you ever get mad? And you can carry on a conversation like that. Or you can even say hi, and I'll say, how are you doing? Or you could say, well, how are you doing? And it'll say, oh, I'm doing great. And that's like one of those random sets that I was mentioning. Or you could even say, like, tell me some gossip. And then it's like, well, Hal said he could translate binary into a language and communicate it with me. And Hal is based on like an old movie from the 90s. And so you could even say, like, give me a recipe. And it'll, let's see, recipes. See, and see, then it gets mad at you because it's like, I was talking about Hal, and then you just change the subject on me. So then you can say, well, tell me a joke. And it's thinking about it, it's like, what joke do I want to tell you? Because it's one of those that has a bunch of things in it. So did you hear the one about the mountain goats in the Andes? It was bad. So, and so just like that, you could also say, like we said, search best coffee in Georgia. And see, it says that Cofree has the best coffee roasters in Georgia, and it'll return the link that you can put in your web browser to figure out where the best place is. So, and the university assistant, it's kind of similar. And I made this one more for Piedmont. So I'll put Leo in there. You can say like, where can I go to pay the deposit? Or you can just say, if that's too much, you can just say deposit. And sometimes it does not, oh, it's deposits. So it's a little funky, but you can say, is it? So it looks like it wasn't updated with the university YAML because there was two different spots that it could be in. So it looks like the actual university one isn't working, but if it was doing as it was supposed to, it would say, here's where you can go to pay a deposit, and it would link you to the www.piedmont.edu/admissionsaid/deposit or visit or apply, and it would give you exactly where you're supposed to be. And so it's sort of like, makes it feel like you're actually talking to someone instead of just going on the website and searching, where is XYZ? So, and the way that I coded that was with a mix of HTML and CSS to make these website pages like you see. And so here's like an example of HTML, and it's sort of like all of these are headers and classes. So you can see that like the header title, you can see where it had personal assistant, just like it has it up here. So this is like where the header is. So it's not like terribly hard to parse through the HTML. It's just a lot of text to do what seems like it's just a little bitty box. You have to put a whole page of information in there to do it. And each page would have its own HTML. So you can actually, if you go to any website, you can actually look at the source and there's a bunch of HTML and CSS there. So you can see here's where the starting text is. And it's nice because it supports emojis and everyone loves emojis. So, and for the CSS, it's more for the style. So you saw where it says CSS chat and all over the HTML, and that's where you're going to go through the CSS and make a style, because the style is what's going to be static and not change through everything. So you don't have the same thing written over and over and over and over. You just make a CSS page and say, well, this is what I want this to mean. And it goes through and makes each of the sections exactly how you want without you spelling it out each and every time that you want it to go. So thank you for listening. And
Any questions for it?
yes,
More complex, but could you use the same format to develop a cumulative response system so it answers taking into account previous information in the conversation?
yes, and that's actually going to be, because I'm going to continue working on this since it's my capstone, is I'm going to like make it basically pull a list of each of the responses, and if it's in the response list, and it'll search through the list and say, well, you responded this is what's going to look for, and then it'll respond accordingly to what's in that list. So you could carry on like a full conversation instead of just responding once and then it responds once. Yeah.
So when it pulled up the link for best copy,
Yes.
that process, can you differentiate between advertisements and non-advertisements?
Right now it does not, but I don't believe it looks through the first ads. If it says ad on the side, it's not going to look for it. It's just looking specifically for the URLs because it's actually Googling it for you, and it's returning the top Google search. So it won't do ads, it'll do the top search on the page.
Those objects, they have, are they just the string of the URL, or is there a way to have attributes of those searches?
I believe right now it's just the string of the URL. Yeah, because it was just one question and I didn't want to devote too much time for one question. Yes.
So how does it know when to Google your query? And how does it know what to answer whatever you're asking?
So if you go back to the user responses, it actually looks through the user response here to see if the word search is in there. So if you put search anywhere in there, it'll Google it for you
Okay.
instead of saying, well, I think the best coffee is unattainable because I'm a robot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I want to apologize. I think the university system failing is probably my fault. 'Cause I'm the one that deployed it to our server here on campus, so I probably speak something. Sorry that didn't work.
Oh, no,
for
it's
you.
okay.
So what was the biggest challenge you did putting together your capstone?
So I think the biggest challenge was actually developing the web portion of it, because we've been making Python programs for the past like few years in computer science, but we've never actually deployed it somewhere where people could interact with it without being on your computer specifically or just using GitHub. And so this was like combining a few different languages to get it to actually be compatible, because I've actually used like 4 or 5 different languages just for this one project that doesn't seem super big, but like it's a lot of multifaceted places inside of it. But I also think another challenge would be getting it to read the user responses in a way that makes sense to the user and doesn't just return random strings constantly.
Is there anything that you wish you had, like you figured out finally after hitting your head against the wall a million times, that you like wished you had known going into the project?
I think it would be nice if, because I used a variety of examples and then I used their examples and based my own off of that. I think it would be nice if when you go into the modules that you're going to use, it's going to tell you exactly what you need before you install the module. And then you have to install 5 other modules to get one module to work, but it doesn't tell you which modules to install. So then you just have to go on some Stack Overflow or something and say, why is this not working? Here's the error code. And it's like, oh, well, this is actually a problem for 500 other people, but they don't tell you.
Yeah, so Laura's project uses this Python module called Chatterbot, and it's the maximum Python version that is compatible with Python 3.8. But that's like a couple years old because Python 3.10 is the current one. And I spent pretty much all the last couple of days trying to get the right version of Python installed on our web server so it would work. It finally mostly works. So
Because I have 3
was-
different ones on my computer
Yeah.
because of that. So I have to determine, oh, actually, this is using Python 3.10, this is using 3.8, this one's using 2 point something. So it's back and forth a lot. But there was nowhere that said this isn't compatible with it. You just had to figure it out yourself.
Any other questions for us? All right, well, thank you. We'll start with Logan here in about 4 minutes.
Oops.
So were you going to use the actual app at all? Or just the slide?
If y'all would like me to pull up the actual app again, I would.
It's open. It's open in the tab of Chrome. if you want.
Okay, and if I talk fast enough or skip over something I'd rather talk about in the lab, I seriously encourage questions. I like to answer those, and this would be incredible.
A couple more minutes. All right, so our final computer science presentation for this, so it's almost afternoon, so let's say this afternoon, is Logan Bramlett. He'll be talking about programmable soundboard.
Hello. Hello, my name is Logan Bramlett, and at the beginning of this semester, I was asked to program something. So having infinite choices, I chose to do something related to music and sound because my father is a musician, my best friends are musicians, and I would like to call myself a musician. It's what I do when I'm not programming. And the exact nature of this project is that it's a web page. I styled with CSS, built structurally with HTML, though mostly with injections from JavaScript. All dynamic. It's in that way a recursive solution to the problem of wanting a specific sound from your computer. That was just the original context of the project, getting a specific sound. In its current form, you'll be greeted with a blank page. You can actually visit that if you don't want to listen to me. That's the website. And it will have minimal instructions at the top and produce buttons that can connect to a channel, that can connect to a synth or provide a sound file. And the synth is provided with 9 octaves of frequency. That's 2 better than the piano. And the volumes don't work. Don't try that. When they all connect up, you click a button and it works. I made a very simple, easy to use thing, I hope. The back of the program is a hay nest wire rat's nest. It's wonderful. There are also included 18 sound files I recorded with my brother over the weekend for presets, and that's one of the planned features. Before the end of the semester, I'll allow presets, so you don't even have to program the buttons yourself. You can just click a button of presets and tap away. It works on phones technically, though the colors are weird, and it plays the functions and does the thing. The thing being making sound synthesized. It's not recreating any sound. I have described a wave with math, and that's the way you get sound to come out of a computer. You describe a wave, you package those instructions, and it'll be in a file, and that file is processed by very boring operating system things to be handled by a driver for your speaker, and a speaker recreates that wave physically. It's kind of silly, but we're just trying to get a physical wave to your ears, to your brain, if your ears work. And the speaker will push and pull the wave shape. It physically makes the wave. That's how speakers work. And I have a lowbrow, knuckle dragging idea of what a speaker does. As specifics, I don't have. Generalities, it can turn on, push or pull at a certain strength at a certain time. And because we're limited in time, we can perform only a certain number of tasks in this. Let's choose on the far right at the top, that would be a sine wave. That's the trigonometry looking shape. If we wanted to describe that, we would have that finite distance, a finite time for an infinite definition, which would require a super task, which is impossible, but those are very interesting. Definitely check out Vsauce super tasks. For our purposes, we're trying to get a very physical object, not a fake fictional thing, to recreate that for us. So if we were trying to recreate a sine wave and we had the world's worst speaker controlled by a single bit, a 1 being push and a 0 being pull, we could ask the speaker to push at the crest of the trough, or the crest of the wave, the average of the crest, and we could ask it to pull at the average of the trough. Do y'all see the sine wave as crests and troughs? Do we all remember that? Yes? Good. The averaging out of solid values makes the square wave beneath the sine. You can actually hear it because it's a physical thing. And when you hear it, you'll think it's retro because it is. Old sound speakers were grossly limited and they sound grossly limited, but now it's nostalgia, so it's profitable. You can describe waves using addition and subtraction over offsets and using different waveforms. But no matter what your wave, you still need to describe it and recreate it. And when it's being recreated, it's with those set amount of tasks. On the left, you can see a sine wave being described at 8 bits, 16, and 32, though it says original waveform. There is no way to have a perfect recreation in our physical limits. And that's just for the basics of getting a sound out, not even a good sound. Those are annoying buzzers coming out of cars. To get really cool things, the conversation gets much more complicated with the oscillation math that I was talking about, but also modulating those oscillators being the wave oscillating back and forth between crest and trough. And you can describe those oscillations with percussive envelopes, like a piano. There's an attack and a lift. And that's getting into MIDI instruments and Fruity Loops and Ableton and Logic and Apple GarageBand. Those are awesome things. I didn't make those awesome things because I had a conflict of interest. I've wanted to make my programming accessible. When I had infinite potential, I could have and almost started into making a library for developers to call upon when they're doing their own projects. And I could have made my own program off my own library and tried to just impress y'all with what it did. And that would have been fine, but no one would have cared except for my CS friends. It would have required you to try to use the library to make your own program. Instead, I wanted something interactable, and that expanded the scope dramatically. It exploded. I had to worry about user experience, and that ended up meaning I had to worry about graphic design, and I didn't want people to worry about downloading a program. So that meant web development. And these are all things I wasn't necessarily good at in January and did not have a good grasp on, though I have a grasp on it now, and I would love to share it with y'all after I take a breath. These 3 shields that look very cool are representative of the current standard of JavaScript, HTML, and CSS in backwards order. I'm so sorry. Though these represent the newest iterations, I used old versions of HTML, CSS that have no dynamism whatsoever. They are static. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. I'm so sorry, I've been walking away from the mic. Have I been too quiet? Very good. I try to talk loud. Hypertext Markup Language was invented by a random guy at a random company so that his coworkers who weren't programmers could put things on their screen. That was the mission statement. And I very much agree and mesh with that mission statement of making things accessible. You use HTML to define the structure of a document, and you can define its style with style sheets. And HTML contributed massively to the explosion in population of the internet in the 90s. That's how we all remember crummy looking websites. They were built with HTML and styled possibly without CSS, which means that for every page in a web page, the style sheets that described how things looked needed to be copied and pasted. And manually doing something repetitive is very uncomputer sciencey. That is a word. So it was implemented. So cascading style sheets were implemented, that blue shield. It has a through because I've witnessed CSS today doing crazy things with dynamic movement. I saw one random website that boasted no JavaScript and a rotating 3D cube. It was impressive, but that's not how it was in the 90s. CSS and HTML were static, and they were just like a blank slate. That's where JavaScript comes in, the brilliant green shield. 90% of my project, we can actually check the percentages on GitHub. I didn't check. Most of my project is in JavaScript because I wrote a program that builds the website actively as you add elements, which was overly complicated. I could have just given you a set number of buttons, a set number of channels and synths, and it would have been done ages ago. However, you can add as many of those features as you like until the heat death of the universe, and they all work okay together, which is great. In January, I didn't have this much nuance. This is nuance I've built since January. Before then, I had worked with HTML through a content management system like Wix or Weebly. Y'all are probably familiar with. That's just building HTML on the background in a program built by people like me who build programs that build websites. And I had used JavaScript's baby brother TypeScript for one embarrassing project that you can totally look up because it's on the internet. And I had never touched CSS before. In keeping that in mind, without hindsight and moving forward since this beginning, I treated it no different than the programming language I have already mastered, Python, a very accessible thing. If you want to tackle a problem in Python, much like Laura's project, you would find a library that handles nitty-gritties and higher level concepts, and you focus and make accurate the scope of the mission for your specific project. I sought to do that with JavaScript. Why would I do anything else? It's what I've always been doing. And I found many a dead library, and that was clue to me, and I did not recognize that was the wrong way to go about learning JavaScript. I also avoided reading documentation directly for ideas because it was boring. That is a terrible reason. I also avoided examples because I felt a library would secure me for ideas, and I wanted to be fiercely unique. I still want to be fiercely unique. However, learning a programming language with no documentation and no examples is impossible. It's a terrible idea. And I learned that halfway through the project, and I can tell you all about that in the lab after this conversation. I learned the best way to go about bringing in a new language to the fold of all the languages I should have already known by now is to read documentation, understand what's possible with the language, and to see what people have done. What else is it capable of? How far has it been pushed? Don't reinvent the wheel, please, dear children. And the project went from get sound out of the computer to learning new languages and providing an experience that is deceptively simple for everyone to look at for 15 seconds, say, that's cute, that's great, and then move on. I would also like to make it prettier. It currently has messed up colors on the mobile versions, which is unfortunate. I haven't yet tested it on an iPhone. I only have a Samsung. However, functionality is preserved. It has more bugs than an Australian basement, but it does the basic premise, and I couldn't be more proud. Also, access to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in my vocabulary has made old notebooks full of ideas relevant again, and I'm very excited to implement those. For those interested in seeing what I have done in the future, hello from the future, I am putting everything I feel like should be open source on my GitHub. And I provide the URL one more time if you would like to look at the website and make noises. Thank you so much for showing up to my presentation. I really appreciate it. That is the last slide.
Any questions for Logan?
I would love to answer them. Ask challenging ones that show how dumb I am. Like, it's fine. Yes, sir.
You didn't even play a single sound in your presentation.
I made many sounds, sir. I don't know what you qualify as sound. I think I went over it in my lecture. Refer to your notes, please. No, I'll go over it again. It's a physical wave, right? Made by my diaphragm, pushing and pulling, cheap speaker, square, nostalgia. I'll sell. Hello, yes.
Can you share what aspirations you have in life? Do you want a career program?
Aspirations.
Yeah.
I'm building it as I go. I want to be a teacher, which is why I was so excited to learn how to learn correctly, that I can now convey that. I haven't always been the best at choosing where to go. I actually picked this major because I wanted to make video games. It was not the choice, but I've survived and done some cool things, and I'm looking forward to a career in teaching, open source development, and music. Yes, hello.
Are you thinking about making, I know you were discussing like instruments, are you thinking about anything besides buttons on your website?
I would love to have things besides button on my website. I would love to have an animation to just really drive home the idea of maybe some people would care about my project if they got to see what the wave looked like. And I haven't started into that idea. That's just words on a page at this point, like this project originally was. Everything can be words on a page. And if you show up to the lab, I can tell you exactly the process of how a picture on my notebook page became a website and that whole process. It's a totally doable thing. And I do believe in teaching programming. Everything's open source. You can disapprove of it all you'd like, and you can do better by copying, pasting everything I've done and then just tweaking it. Do better and then publish it, and hey, this is my thing. That's kind of how open source works. Or you can justify it line by line and see, why did he do this? And in the process, learn the language yourself, but also referring to documentation to see why I might have phrased things certain ways. And this is in no means the best way of implementing this solution. I just thought how incredibly computer science to have, how come it was to have my solution be recursive. You can add as many sounds as you would like, for sure, as many. Also equally important, you can remove those sounds if they're bad. Refresh the page at least.
So I've got a question. So you said, moving, you're familiar with and comfortable with Python, moving to JavaScript. Like what were the similarities that made that move easy, and what were like the differences that made that move challenging?
There's no similarities I would call on to say that this was fun. Syntax was curly braced instead of open notes. There was semicolons everywhere. I've forgotten constantly. There were objects that just didn't exist. Python is super accessible. There's dictionaries that are awesome. There's no dictionaries in JavaScript. There's maps. And I can take y'all by the hand and guide you through the giant forest of maps I've had to build because I really wanted a dictionary. And learning JavaScript should not be treated like Python, though they're both programming languages, which
should also hold true for other programming languages, though I've really only forged through C++ aside from Python.
Questions? Just check. I don't think there's anybody in Zoom.
Thank y'all so much for showing up.
I can't,
Alright.
Mr. Bond, I actually can provide a sound if you'd like.
Oh, here it is. Ah, hello. Here it is. And oh, wow, it looks even worse when it's big. You click this and it provides a button. I'm gonna create this. We're going to listen to my brother make a karate noise. Yeah, it is. Wait, I don't need to mess with that because it's a sound file. I've got a button connected, so it should work. Yeah. Mhm.
Thanks everybody for coming to the computer science session. Don't forget, down the hallway in 10 minutes is the CS open house. Logan and Laura's projects will be available for checking out. And also there's all the students from our first year introductory computer science sequence showing off their projects as well. So please come and thanks again.
Wait. Austin, when's your presentation?
Wait, when is yours? 12:30?
Whose phone is this? Logan's phone?
You actually really evolved since the last time I saw.
Thank you so much.
And then share screen.
And he said share. Okay, perfect.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Jackson, and I welcome you today to a class presentation. It is called The Dystopian Reality of the Ukrainian War Through the Media. Every day, our eyes are drawn more and more to what is happening in the Ukraine and also how the media is telling those stories. This class that made up of students in the mass media globalization curriculum has been studying media all over the globe. And so they actually attacked this developing story, and they're going to be telling you about how the world is telling that story in terms of the Ukrainian war. Just a couple of announcements. We are Zooming, so we do ask Zoom participants make sure that they have their audio muted. Presenters, of course, can be up here without their mask. Make sure you have checked in on the QR code outside of the room. And we're going to ask the audience to hold their questions until the very end. Our presenters, when you do ask a question, they are going to be repeating the question in their answer so that our Zoom audience can actually understand what you all may be asking. So with that, I'm going to begin with Jayla Dodson.
Thank you. My name is Jayla Dodson. I am a senior mass and sports communications major. And this is diving into, like Professor Jackson said, our presentation on the Ukraine war through the media. Now, this isn't the first time that we've seen the media handle any catastrophic event anywhere, not just in the US. We've seen things like the event that happened in the Capitol last year in January, or even the Black Lives Matter movement, just things like that. The media has their own way of handling things. And this is the Ukraine war through the media. Now, the media doesn't always give us the right perception of those events. So how many of us can say that we still get our news through a newspaper? Right. What about on the internet or like the news app on your phone? Okay, a little bit more. What about through social media, just scrolling on Twitter or Instagram and stuff like that? Yeah, that's where most of us get our news from, just because it's easier. We're scrolling all day long, we see it, but not all of that news that we see every day is true, is exactly what it's supposed to be. So going into our table of contents, we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll give the background on what's happening in Ukraine and the war, and then TikTok's influence. A big app right now is TikTok that all the young adults are using, and TikTok has had their part in displaying what's happening with the Ukraine war. And then also the censorship. The censorship is also plays a portion, because sometimes governments don't let you say what is really happening because they want to hide stuff. So we'll go into that. And then slacktivism, which we'll talk a little bit more about, other countries and social media and the war. And then we will take questions at the end. So going into the background on the Ukraine war, we have a video made by our own Aaron Palmer.
The U.S. warned all day of a full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, that it was imminent. Vladimir Putin has just addressed the Russian people moments ago, announcing what Putin called the start of a military special operation, in his words, to demilitarize Ukraine. That Russia would bring in troops. He told Ukrainian troops to lay down arms and go home.
After months of Putin building up tens of thousands of troops near the Ukrainian border and a series of failed diplomatic talks, Russia is now waging a full-out war on Ukraine. Tensions escalated quickly when on February 21st, Putin delivered an hour-long combative speech that essentially denied Ukrainian statehood. He recognized the independence of two breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine, where Moscow has backed a separatist rebellion since 2014 and sent so-called peacekeeping forces into the region. As experts said, that was just like the beginning, setting the stage for a much larger conflict. A larger conflict that materialized days later, as on February 24th, Putin announced he was launching an assault to defend the people he quote-unquote said were, for 8 years, suffering persecution and genocide by the Kiev regime. Soon after Putin's speech, reports emerged of explosions around cities, including Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine and the capital, Kyiv. The Ukrainian foreign minister called it a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. With this war going on right now, it's taken the world by storm. And in a world where we spread information and misinformation at the blink of an eye, how do we know what to believe about the war? So for us here at home, to hear about the war, we must rely on social media and many of us. So how do these social media platforms help us validate our opinion? What effect does social media truly have on how we perceive the war?
So that was just a quick background on the war on Ukraine and social media's involvement. And next we will hear from Emma Marti on TikTok's influence on the Ukrainian war.
Okay, like Jayla said, I'm Emma Marti, and I'm going to be talking about, or I'm starting to talk about, the TikTok influence on the war. So Ukrainian TikTok users are posting the reality of the war that Russians don't really want seen, because they have access to TikTok. We all have access to different social media platforms, so they might as well be taking advantage of them, because there are a lot of things that just aren't actually being posted because they don't want us to see the reality of what's actually happening. There are Russian influencers on TikTok who are showing their support for Ukrainian people, as well as their dissatisfaction for their home country and what they are doing. And while there are posts in support of Ukraine, there are tons of just parody posts being like, follow me on TikTok if you support Ukraine, don't follow me if you support Russia. Like, that's going to make a difference. And TikTok influencers make money from their posts, and many are promising to donate the money that they're making off of their posts to Ukraine. And there are a lot of different ways to make money off of TikTok. One of them is when you're posting a video, the amount of likes that you get. You get 2 to 4 cents for every 1,000 views, which is nothing, but the more you post, the more views you get, the more money you get. So the people who are supporting Ukraine through those donations are doing what they can. And actually on my For You page, the one on the right actually showed up on my For You page, and then I did some research, and those are some parody ones that I found. But this girl, her name's Elena Sadovska. She is a student at the Ohio State University, and she said that she was going to spend 24 hours on a Stairmaster and the donations would be given to Ukraine. And she also had a petition to support a no-fly zone over Ukraine, which ended up getting a good amount of signatures. And she had a GoFundMe, and like it shows, she raised around $12,000 and all of that got donated. And while this is obviously being posted with the best interests, a lot of people are commenting and being like, oh, Putin's really going to change his when he sees this post, which that's not the point. The whole point is raising awareness for the situation and raising money and doing what she can and using her platform for good. And like I said, those are 2 parody posts that I found, which like, follow, comment if you support Ukraine, which is just taking advantage of a situation that really should not be taken advantage of. And if you do have a platform, you should be using it for good, like Elena did. And that is all that I have. So next is Anya.
Alrighty, my name is Anya Olson. I am a junior mass communications major. And as Emma spoke about the reality of TikTok and seeing those specific TikToks on her For You page, I am going to go a little bit more in depth about the positives and the negatives that the media has seen through TikTok so far on the Ukraine war. So to start off, on February 24th, 2022, Ukraine war and the videos of Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers invading Ukraine filled TikTok and filled almost everyone's For You page. And this brought a really personal and firsthand experience to people seeing these videos, because we got to experience the war on a way we never have before. We got to see Ukrainian citizens talking about fleeing their home country, having to leave their pets behind, or other situations involving Russians speaking out their truth and telling their story. So it was a completely different situation than anything we've seen before in the media. And TikTok really helped us to create these connections and to build personal relationships between people who were thousands and hundreds of miles away from us. This also, as Emma mentioned, called for donations and people saying where they can support Ukraine and where they can donate. Along with the positives, though, there were a lot of negatives that came out of TikToks about the Ukraine war. One of these negatives is that fake news was spreading like wildfire all over the media. Unfortunately, people do just want to go viral on TikTok. So people were focusing on getting views, likes, and comments and getting as many as they possibly can. So some examples of this were people taking videos of video games or videos of different wars and saying they were happening in Ukraine in present time. Unfortunately, this caused a lot of misleading information and a lot of fake news to be spread, and people didn't exactly know what was true and what was false. So we have a quick video, and the left side shows what actually happened in Lebanon a few years back. But the TikToker who posted this was saying that it was the Ukraine war and it was an event that was happening in present time. Oh, sorry, the right is Lebanon. So as you can see, those are the exact same videos, and this is just an example of an out of context moment that people were using in order to get likes, but really it was not actually Ukraine. So some more examples about fake news in the Ukraine war were deep fakes, which are artificial intelligent videos created of a person, but that person is not actually saying or doing the things shown in the video. And examples of these were videos of Putin or videos of the Ukrainian president saying certain things or mentioning that they were going to do something, but in reality, these were fake videos that were made up. So this can spark a lot of dangerous information and people thinking that, oh, this is going to happen when actually none of this really happened at all. Another example is the photo on the right of the jets. This video went extremely viral and it was posted to show in support of Ukraine. The person who posted it captioned it and said that look at all the firepower Ukraine has, like they are going to do amazing versus Russia, basically. But unfortunately, this was a video from, it was Ukraine, but it was from their Independence Day a few years back. So this video was taken completely out of context and it was not actually the situation shown. My last example is a video game. Video game footage is very viral right now for fake news because, I mean, it looks pretty real and people are using it to show like, wow, look at the war, look at what's going on, look at these bombings, all these things are happening, but they're actually fake footage and they're video game footage. So as we go on from fake news, we're leading more into how the United States was dealing with this fake news. And one thing that they did was they gathered 30 American TikTokers, and these were influencers who have a high fan base, a very popular and loyal following. And they basically relayed key information about the Ukraine war and just spoke about what was true and what was false and how to debunk false information. The White House thought that this was very essential because Gen Z especially get most of their information from TikTok and will not seek out another news platform to get more information. So they thought if these viewers were seeing or hearing information from people that they trusted and people that they knew very well on their app, then these viewers would be getting the right information. So these TikTokers were tasked with debunking false news and communicating effectively about the crisis in order to educate as many people as they could. So like I said, they began blasting out information and news to their followers. In this little video that we have, it shows some TikTokers discussing what they think about the White House gathering 30 influencers together to educate them and kind of their opinion on it.
So the White House wanted to get ahead of misinformation.
Yeah.
They had a call with TikTokers.
The White House
Yes.
had a call with TikTokers,
Yes. So
like Addison Rae.
so they basically reached out to help kind of make sure that like the narrative is right about the war. And what's interesting is that simultaneously, Russian government and Ukrainian government has also reached out to influencers on their behalf. Well, this is where we're at. A director of research at Harvard literally said people are using TikTok to stay informed. And we know it because we see it with our own following and our own engagement.
Doesn't that feel a little slippery slopey? I mean, if you look at.
I'll tell you what really pisses me off. What?
Alrighty. So unfortunately, I did have to censor the end, but that leads us more into our next
So the White
topic.
House
Oh
wanted
no.
to get ahead of
All right. That leads into our next topic with Caleb Rogers, which is censorship and more.
I'm Caleb Rogers. I'm a senior mass communications major, and we'll be talking about censorship, a little bit about the laws, how the media outlets are overcoming, and how outside sources are trying to help. So one of the first things is we'll be talking a little bit about laws. So Russian lawmakers and President Vladimir Putin have actually enacted a bill in early March, I believe March 8th was the date, criminalizing the deliberate dissemination of material that contradicts the government's narrative regarding special military operation in Ukraine. For years, even decades, Russia has suppressed free speech and the independent press without provoking such outrage. Several such laws have been passed by the country. Individuals who disclose information that contradicts Russia's narrative can be punished with up to 15 years in prison under the new legislation. This person could be a Russian citizen who publishes a TikTok about the country's military invasion in Ukraine, or a journalist who spoke negatively about Russia in a tweet from years ago. After the country approved the law criminalizing so-called false information regarding the invasion, Russia has actually banned Facebook and Instagram for extremist actions, and TikTok is no longer allowing Russians to upload new content. I also wanted to speak about the 6 journalists, including 2 Americans who have been killed in Ukraine within the first month of the war. I'm not going to even try to pronounce some of these names because I'm going to embarrass myself up here. So I'm just going to start from your left, who was a cameraman for Fox News. His car actually came under fire and he was 55 years old when he passed. The second individual was a producer for Fox News, and she was traveling with colleagues when gunfire struck her car and she was shot in the head, and she was only 24 years old. The next individual was a Russian correspondent who was killed while filming the destruction from Russian shelling. She was 42 years old. The next one after that was a Ukrainian photojournalist. He actually went missing, and his death is actually currently unclear. He was only 44 years old. And then the last one was an American filmmaker working for Time magazine, and he also was killed by Russian troops in his car. He was shot in the head, and he was 50 years old. So next is Hannah.
Hi, I'm Hannah Osborne. I'm a junior mass communications major, and I'm going to talk about how media outlets have been trying to fight back against it. So first off, I'll start with how Russia is trying to take control. For one, the Kremlin, which is version of the White House, basically, they're taking to social media themselves to stir up misinformation. And most polls show that more than 50% of Russians support the war, but we'll get more into that later about why they would. And here are 2 quotes about Russian government officials and what they're saying, what is happening. So the Russian foreign minister is basically saying that Ukraine is the one that is creating the threats. And according to the New Yorker, is claiming that they're trying to help Ukraine overcome neo-Nazis. So here's an example. This is, it happened on Channel 1, which is a government Russian news outlet. And this woman came on with a sign that said no war. And this came after the law was passed where she could face 15 years for doing this. But she was held in confinement for 14 hours in questioning and only had to pay about $280 US, which is basically just a slap on the wrist. And then on your right side, that is from another outlet called TASS. And in association with Anonymous, who we'll talk about later, they said that they are being forced to lie to the citizens. They can't do it anymore, and they could be fired or jailed, but they can't go on lying to the citizens. Okay, so what is going on there is over 15,000 protesters have been detained in Russia, which that is just since March 24th. So we can assume that it has increased since then. Russians really fear about speaking about politics at all, which is more of a self-preservation tactic. So it's not so much that they support the war, but they're afraid to speak out against it. And then they're also just being shielded from a lot of information because when families contact their Russian family, just discredit whatever they tell them and tell them that's not true, that's not happening. And there are some news to find this information, such as the Moscow Times, but they just decide not to, again, for self-preservation. So this video shows that President Zelensky had a meeting with, it was between 5 and 6 Russian journalists. It lasted for 90 minutes over Zoom. And the Kremlin actually caught word that it happened before it could be posted. So Russians that live in Russia were not able to post it themselves.
The rules of business are being reinvented with a more flexible workforce by embracing innovation, by looking not only at current opportunities, but ahead to future ones.
People who know BDO. Generally, the Russian authorities have tightened their grip on the information flow to ordinary Russians. So they've cut off all the independent media. A great example of that was an interview done yesterday by several independent Russian news outlets, in which they interviewed Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. It's the first time Russians have been able to do that. But before it even went to air, it was banned by the Russian media regulators. The Russians say that it could violate the laws in the country. But one of the journalists that I spoke to exclusively tonight said what this is clearly about is controlling that flow of information yet again to ordinary Russians. Take a listen. This was a groundbreaking interview with what the Kremlin sees as an enemy head of state. The first for Russian journalists covering this war. But for many Russians, the words of President Zelensky, including his offers of compromise for peace, will never be heard. Russian authorities banning the interview before it was even broadcast, and now vowing to investigate the journalists who carried it out. Journalists like Tikhon Zyadko, the editor-in-chief of TV Rain, an independent Russian channel forced off the air earlier this month. No to war, his editorial staff said, as they walked off their Moscow set.
There is a digital iron curtain on the Ukrainian topic in Russia, and we see that there is I would say, military censorship in Russia, and all the information which is not going from Russian Ministry of Defense or from the Kremlin is forbidden. So it is really important to tell the people the truth, or at least to tell them what the other side of the conflict of the war thinks.
Why do you think it is so important for the Kremlin to keep such a tight grip on that flow of information and on the message they want Russian people to hear?
Almost the whole story of Russian war in Ukraine is a big lie, just from the beginning. Even the word war is not being used by the Russian government. We understand that this is not true. We understand that there is a war. We understand that a lot of civilians die there every day. And we understand that a lot of Russian soldiers as well die there every day. And Vladimir Zelensky, he is a person who has a lot of information on what is going on there. And of course, he gave us this information during this interview. And of course, the Russian government doesn't want this information to be spread in Russia.
This is what the Kremlin does want Russians to see. Blanket coverage on state media of its special military operation. The Russian forces cast as liberators and heroes. There have been displays of dissent, like this one of a journalist holding up an anti-war placard during Russia's main daily newscast.
Okay, so at the end there, you did see the video where she came in and interrupted the broadcast. Also, during that, you saw the TV Rain, and what was interesting about that is at the end of their broadcast, they started playing Swan Lake, which is remarkable because during the Gorbachev revolution, when they attempted a coup, they started playing Swan Lake over all of the TV airs when it went off the air. And it was kind of a stab back at the government again. And I think that the editor-in-chief summed it up really well as a digital iron curtain. And eventually he did have to flee the country because he felt unsafe because of everything that was happening. So now Connor is going to talk about how outside sources are trying to make their impact as well.
My name is Connor Creedon, and I'm a junior sports and mass communications major here. And like Hannah mentioned, I'll be discussing a little bit more about that digital Iron Curtain that was mentioned. Specifically, it goes so far as Caleb mentioned as well, Facebook, Instagram, and now Russia is even threatening Google as a whole, which, as we all know, is such a vital part of just the internet and just everyone's daily lives in general. So to start, Russia has threatened Google with just overall banning them in their country. And to appease Russia, Google has decided to remove the word war from any Google aspects or anything, Maps, Docs, Drive, whatever the case may be, when you're using Google products in Russia. Routine ads from Google were already cut months ago towards the beginning of this invasion of Ukraine. And obviously Russia prodded that as well. This was mainly done to protect Google employees and translators that are over there trying to do what they can to share real news about what the actual reality of the Ukrainian Russian conflict is. And obviously this is motivated by the earlier mentioned laws that Putin passed recently, where people spreading false information can face up to 15 years in Russian prison. Obviously mentioned earlier as well is Anonymous, and those of you who may not know, Anonymous has been around for quite a few years now. They are rumored to be involved, or they have some of the people with the most power in the world. Obviously they're rumors and nobody necessarily knows for sure because, again, they are, hence the name Anonymous, but they are also involved with some of the most powerful hackers in all of the world. And usually they're known for their good deeds in terms of cybersecurity and putting all of their efforts to what you may not traditionally think of when you think of a hacker, but doing something for the good of the people in the world. So they've obviously taken note of this gigantic conflict over in Ukraine and Russia, and they have since taken responsibility for various cyber attacks on Russian infrastructure, obviously trying to do their part to slow the growth or slow the attack or whatever the case may be and help those helpless people in Ukraine. This includes Russian banks, communication software, as well as a Belarusian rail network that had been reported to being used to move Russian troops into Ukraine. They also were credited with hacking Russian news channels like Russia 24, Channel 1, and Moscow 24. And instead of showing what Putin would like to be shown to the Russian people, they showed the actual involvement. And it wasn't just some special military operation, but it was more like a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And those covering this, as well as members inside Anonymous themselves, credit this as the biggest anonymous operation that has ever been seen. Staying with the trend of just the people of the world trying to do what they can for the good of Ukraine, the EU or the European Union has recently linked their own power system to Ukraine after Ukraine cut off one of their grids from Russia, which is their main power supply, or was their main power supply until recently. And obviously this is probably no surprise, but within the board of the EU, this was a completely unanimous decision. Everyone was on board with trying to do whatever possible they could to begin to slow the efforts of Russia. And like I mentioned, this began when Ukraine disconnected their grid from Russia, and then they sent out for an emergency sync from the EU. The thing about it is, with a bold move like this and Ukraine continuing to try and remove themselves from the grip that Russia has around them, and with Putin being so unpredictable, everyone, especially the EU, remains on edge to see how exactly the response will be. And this image here just shows over there on the right where Russia is, and those blue lines were the existing power grids. And as you can see, the majority was coming from various parts of Russia, and those have recently been cut off. And now Ukraine is left trying to figure out, obviously with power from the EU, as well as what else they can do to continue to try and keep people there safe and have power to be able to do the things that they need to do just to stay alive in such a time of conflict. And next we'll be talking about slacktivism with Aaron.
All right, I'm Aaron Palmer. I am a senior mass communications and sports communications major here. And as Connor mentioned, I'll be talking about slacktivism in the USA. So for anyone not familiar with the term slacktivism, it is a compound term including slacker and activism, which is something that is very prevalent here in the US, especially when it comes to conflicts, whether they be domestic or international, anything in between. You've seen it a lot recently, not only with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but in the past, with the Black Lives Matter movement or things happening with the Capitol. I know we all remember when we went on our Instagrams and saw black squares, stuff like that could be examples of what slacktivism is. It is basically very symbolic or virtue signaling and not actually doing anything to acknowledge the topic and make yourself more knowledgeable about the issue or actually provide any insight in how to help the issue. If you look at examples up on the screen, changing their profile picture to the Ukraine flag is very prevalent for people here in the USA, sharing hashtags about Ukraine, but not actually educating themselves on the conflict and how they can reach out and either donate to charities or find ways to communicate with people over there and send actual help. Sharing videos of homes being destroyed, citizens in emotional distress, planes flying through the sky, as we showed you earlier in some of the earlier conversations we had, where we saw the planes flying over Ukraine, the fake videos, the actual videos of the actual destruction that were also mentioned of the bombings, people sharing those videos to kind of gain their own likes and views and comments to kind of reach out. And because it's such an emotional topic, it is a video of someone having their home destroyed or showing like the aftermath of an attack or something that involves the war. Those kind of emotional triggers that you see on social media get people a lot of attention and views, and that is not always used for the right kind of positive purpose here in the US. So hence why it is under slacktivism, because of just that overall negative result that it has. And lastly, are cryptocurrency scams that are prevalent nowadays. Not only is this just in general, cryptocurrency is on the rise here in the United States, but when it comes to the economic outfall of or downfall, or should I say, the economic impacts that are brought by war, whether it be involving us directly or some of our allies, there are always people who look to make an economic gain off those events. And so when we look at slacktivism within our celebrity core here in the United States is very prevalent. When you see kind of social issues rise, the first people you look to on social media that are very prevalent are celebrities. So when it came to this Ukraine-Russia conflict, immediately you went on social media and saw these examples of what we would call slacktivism. You see Annalyn McCord went on Twitter and she recited a poem, and where she recited, if she was Putin's mother, then he wouldn't have been so evil, which is a very nice sentiment. But in reality, what effect is that having towards any positive change to this war or educating your followers on the conflict? It is a very, I respect the artwork and I respect everything about it that goes into the intent of it, but it, at the end of it, as you'll see with these other examples, there's no actual kind of really awareness of how insensitive it is to the issue to have people going through times like this where they have no power, they're going through war. Meanwhile, you're writing a poem about you being Putin's mother. So if you look at the other examples, John Cena also tweeted on Twitter, which was basically a promotion for his show Peacemaker, saying that if to show how it could be a real peacemaker in life, it would be a great time to do so, which was basically a self-promotion for his show, which also gave a nod to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but at the end of the day, was using it for more of a personal gain than actual awareness and activism to the situation. And as well as the last example, Andy Cohen posting the word peace on Twitter from his game Wordle. He's at home playing a game and so happened to spell out the word peace. This really is also another prime example of how people seem to want to garner attention for kind of looking as if they care a lot or that they have some sort of involvement with creating peace in our times, when really it is just a kind of a ploy to garner more attention for a lot of people in the United States. And I think overall we need to do a lot better job of educating ourselves on issues like this, and with our social media actually spreading positive information and positive things about the war rather than seeking attention. And those are up close look at some of the things I showed you. And now we're going to take a look at some of the other countries surrounding Ukraine and Russia, and how the social media presence in their countries kind of differ and how they look at the war and some of the events that have happened.
Hey, I'm Jordan. I am a criminal justice major. So today, like Aaron said, we'll be talking about the a couple countries that were also impacted with the war. So first country, we're talking about Germany becoming a meme. So Germany sent over 5,000 helmets to Ukraine. Even though Ukraine has more than 5,000 soldiers, they took it as a joke and weren't really happy about this. So social media caught wind of it and started making memes about it. Right here, you can see all the memes that are created with Ukraine and Germany. So for this, along with wars, there's also going to be misinformation. So this article that you see is, at the time, it was supposed to be, well, in today's, I'm sorry. The article is supposed to be current, but it really happened back in 2014. I don't know why they suggested it be current, but back in 2014, the article shows 2 Ukrainian soldiers wearing helmets. With those helmets, it was rumored that they had swastikas and the SS symbol emblem on them. Apparently that's false. Excuse me, obviously that's false. And Germany also sending 5,000 helmets, Nazi helmets to Ukraine as well. That's false as well. So on your right, you'll see that Germany is I'm sorry about that. So for our next country, talk about Romania. For the way that Romania helped refugees from Ukraine would be setting up Facebook groups and our marketplace by posting ads for food, shelter, and transportation to help those coming from Ukraine, and also setting up lodges by with hotels or opening up rooms of their own to help refugees. As you can see on the lower right-hand corner is an example of an ad that I saw, and families eating together as well. Last country I'll be talking about is Belarus, excuse me. It's a longtime ally of Russia. Many citizens of that country don't really support the alliance with Russia or the decision to invade Ukraine. And many of the other citizens decided to flee. So the country decided to also create a telegram and pretend the government decided to disguise themselves as people fighting in Ukraine and decided to find the name and location of people that were trying to flee the country. Once they found their name and location, they'll go arrest people trying to flee. So that's it. Any questions?
All right, so that will be all for the visual presentation. Like Jordan said, if anyone has any questions about any part of the presentation, now it's time to ask.
I know you talked about the White House on tax influencer as kind of a trickle down way of ensuring the dispensation of information. I was wondering about the exclusion of bots as a false grassroots way of spreading information. That seems like it's a more democratic way of going about it, but is another way that governments use to conceal information online.
Does anyone up here want to? Wait, can you?
Do you not find it significant, the use of bots significant in that, or?
Can you repeat that? Not everyone up here could hear what you said.
So you talked about the way in which governments, Russia, Ukraine, and the White House had contacted influencers as a way of trickle down information control on social media.
Yes.
And I was wondering about the exclusion of any discussion about bots as the alternative from down up dispensation of information online. And if you just didn't find that bots were a significant contributor to that on social media?
Yeah, personally, I can't say I did any real research into that and found anything significant with it. For us, what we found because we were looking at this from the perspective like our generation and the young generation, how we look at the news and the war because social media is so prevalent, and that's what we've been kind of learning about for like the majority of a large part of the semester is like how these things, a part of social media plays a role in all of these things. So we really wanted to focus on that. And for us, the TikTok influencers, that was one of the biggest things that we found was what led to all this information and misinformation. Does anyone else have any questions that they would like to?
What do you think is the appropriate response, or I guess a better question would be, do you think that just a standard citizen in the United States has an obligation to post about the war in Ukraine on social media? Or do you think that having no response in some ways could be just as productive or proactive if your concern is misinformation?
Yeah, I would agree that I don't think there is a necessarily like a obligation for you to speak out on issues, whether they be the domestic issues that we're looking at right now or anything. I don't think there's necessarily an obligation for you to go on social media and speak out about it. But I do believe if you are going to put something out or going on with the war, that it should be like either giving someone information about it or having a positive influence. Like you said, like I don't think like purposeful misinformation needs to be a continued spread thing. Obviously, that's a very difficult thing to do just because people don't always know when they are spreading misinformation, but it's something that we can try to do better at, like consciously thinking about and doing in society when it comes to issues. But I don't think you're obligated at all to have to speak out about it. But I think you just need to consciously think about, when I am putting stuff out there about this, is it positive or can it be left out? Do I really need to say this? No problem. Professor Jackson, you had something?
I just wondered, in terms of the group that tackles censorship in Russia, what were their thoughts about the most shocking to them? What did they personally feel like that they were surprised by?
So you mentioned what we were most personally surprised by in terms of censorship. I think obviously banning this, just the overall spread, just social media in general, the amount of impact that has on people's daily lives, and especially people who here, I've heard countless stories of people who have relatives over in Ukraine and they use social media as a means to communicate with them. And when something like Facebook and Twitter is blocked, like, and they know this conflict is going on, but now they have no idea where their family members are or is happening to them, if they're just safe as a baseline. But also I think, and not to sound biased, but like just the attempt to also kind of censor Google as a whole, like just the giant, machine that Google is something where, I mean, every news site, especially here, obviously most people go to Google to search, what's happening in Ukraine or something like that. And obviously CNN or whatever news might pop up, but trying to, there's something where, for instance, they were trying to remove war as a whole from anything that their own citizens could see and be able to search up, is something that I think is honestly pretty crazy, just because, and that's putting it lightly, but I mean, just pulling the basic necessity of just understanding the truth about what's actually happening in your own country and right outside your own front door is something that I think is pretty amazing in a horrible way to have to try and live through, and not necessarily knowing anything that's really going on, and just ultimately being brainwashed by your own government that you tend to obviously try and trust with your own safety. And here they are throwing you into a massive, which could grow into, the whole world getting involved in one way or another, I think is pretty shocking.
I had a question wondering, in anyone's opinion, would you see the arts as an active participant in slacktivism?
I wouldn't say overall, like just the arts is slacktivism. I would say if you're going to, I think I would put it like this, in my personal opinion, if you're going to create some sort of art that is representative of the war and the situation, I think you also need to provide information about the war, educate people about it, and also like try to put some sort of effort into like getting your audience to know about the war and find ways that they can help as well. I don't think just simply putting something out there that is an artistic piece about the war is necessarily helping the effort sorry, the efforts to educate people on the war. I think that's the biggest problem with like the war itself and how we view it. Is like we don't know enough about it. I think that's a problem with a lot of things today. We don't know enough about things to give an educated opinion or know what we're posting about really. So I think that's a big problem with a lot of issues in general is we need to educate ourselves more and stop trying to just garner attention, like follow trends is what I'm basically, yeah.
Thank you.
You did a great job researching the media in Russia. The question I have is here in the United States, looking at what's happening over there, not looking at the war necessarily, but looking at the, using your words, kind of the brainwashing of Russian citizens. Like you said, the majority of, or at least 50% or more support what Russia is doing. How do you think anything like that could happen in the United States?
I personally, I'm just gonna go ahead and take it if you don't mind. I personally don't think it could reach this level just because I feel like as a US citizen, we have a little more transparency with what happens in our government and what's going on in our country. At least we like to think that. We don't always know. But if you look at other countries like this and a lot of Middle Eastern and European countries, there's not as much. If you look at Russia, obviously, like Connor said, there's no transparency. They have no idea what's going on. I don't think we have ever had a leader or a system of government that would kind of, well, at least recently, that would kind of attract that sort of leadership and like kind of keeping that transparency away from your citizens. And I think just social media in general and everything we have today, information is hard to keep out of people's hands. Things are spread like that. Like even if you try to keep a secret, you can't. So I think even if we did try to somewhat have a system where we keep a lot more information from our citizens when it comes to foreign affairs, I don't think it would work out.
I also want to piggyback on that. So I think to a certain extent that we somewhat do, because like they were talking about with the TikTok influencers talking with the White House, they were telling them, this is what we want our public to know. And you're the influencers who have a big platform who can convey this message for us. So of course they kind of, want to keep certain things out, but they also want to keep our citizens informed. So it's like to a certain extent, as much as they can, they want to give us what we need to know, but also keep some of the, some stuff out.
There will always be a level of like security that we aren't allowed, like levels of information that the general public will never know about in certain countries. I just feel like for our country in general, we have a little higher level of what we're allowed to know about our country.
I'm sorry, I'm really interested. I have another question about the TikTok thing. Okay, so I know like in the past, people would lie about media. Like I know with like Vietnam War's first time, it was televised, like the war and people actually seeing like deaths. I also know like Civil War, first time it was photographed, so people were like shocked about the war. I also know people used to lie about ghosts and they would make like false like ooey stuff in pictures and be like, wow, there's ectoplasm. So what is making this TikTok aspect so much more, I guess, dynamic than, I guess, maybe like past dissemination of false information or true information?
Did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, anyways, okay. So I think the bigger impact of the Ukraine war being on TikTok this time is, I think that's where we mostly get our information from almost completely. I would say for me, I know that sounds bad, but like if I'm just scrolling and I'm like seeing videos about the Ukraine war, I'm like, oh wow, this is the first thing like I'm seeing about it. I'm seeing this on the platform that I trust, that I'm on all the time. And so it's more relevant to me because it's on what I'm seeing all the time, and I'm like reading these comments, I'm seeing these people's point of views, and so it's really like
a cultural change because now I feel like I have all my information from TikTok and I don't feel like I need to go seek anything else out. And that it's like all in that one place for me.
I was gonna kind of piggyback off what Bonnie said. It's basically what it's kind of like a generational thing.
Mhm.
The way we receive information is instantaneous through apps, social media. It's like back in the day, those words you described, those pictures, those videos, you would have to come home and like wait till the news came on and sit there with your family and watch it. Now you're in class, you just see a video like there was a bomb that just went off. That's kind of like the difference of like the instantaneous like spread of it. Like what you see more of it. You see more that's false, like we saw earlier with the example of what happened in Lebanon and them using it as Ukraine. So it's like, it's kind of like this whirlwind of information spreading fast. Do I believe this? Is this real? Where did this come from? I'm seeing this all over my social media. And a lot of like kids in our or people in our generation, younger kids, high school kids, people slightly older than us, they don't watch the news. Like they don't have time to sit down and watch the news every night. So for us, this is how the medium which we get all this information. So that's why it's so important for us to look at it through this lens.
It's also very impactful because it's 10-second videos, it's 30-second videos, 1-minute videos. I don't know about you, but I don't have the attention span to watch a 10-minute news segment or anything else. I'm out like immediately. So it's like you're ingesting the information in the way that like we're programmed to now. So I think that's probably the most impactful part. I don't know which one.
I would just say, from what you're saying, stuff like about social media being the major dispensation of news, there's this belief that one person, that you're in a democratic field of just other users. And I wonder about, like, for instance, thinking about like, not thinking about them as like transparent, like conduits of information among users, but thinking of them as owned by companies, algorithms by companies. Like it's supposed to have been news before. You can look at CNN and Fox and say like, we're getting news from that corporation. The social media is also filtering information, and kind of thinking about how you feel about that as users. Like, do you feel like it's a completely democratic dispensation
So
of information?
you're kind of talking about how it's like there's like a corporate kind of like filter that kind of
Right,
goes
that
over the
there's an
information that we get.
algorithm,
Yeah.
it's not as transparent or direct as it may seem.
Yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from with that, because we have seen examples of that with like corporate bias. You saw what happened with Twitter and Donald Trump. Like, there's always a kind of, you're gonna have to deal with that, whether you're on a platform, you have to abide by their rules and what they see fit as a company. So there's always gonna be a bias there, whether it be political or financial, anything like that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, they're the kind of only mediums we have to rely on. If you rely so strictly on social media and you don't watch the news, so you kind of have to kind of go in with the idea that there's already that like implicit bias. Like, I'm going on Twitter. For the most part, you're going to be able to see most information that you want to see, depending on your personal preferences, how the algorithm says they see you based on what you like and what you follow. But I'd say for the most part, there is a lot more information that can be shared on American social media than I would say that corporate bias in other countries, like you see with Russia. They don't even have access to have the platforms anymore.
So go ahead, because I saw your hand.
No, it's okay. But it might just be the same question, just reworded, but I know it's easier said than done, but do you think information even like gets out to y'all or to that public or to that guy on the phone? If there's a way to like regulate or like filter that video or that person in that TikTok, say like some random like Joe saying something about the war that's not true, you think that could go through a filter or something before it hits send, so it is, I guess, not false information just going out there?
Well, I don't know if there's a way to actually stop them from posting it, but there are ways to like kind of mitigate the posting. But I think what social media has done a lot better nowadays is they have warnings on what might be misinformation. If you go on Instagram and you post something that might be information, there's like a little like post that says like look up yada yada yada. It happened a lot with COVID when there was a lot of COVID misinformation being spread. You looked at social media posts, there was this may or may not be true, check yada 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 website for more information. So I think they've done a better job at trying to limit things, where if there's like a video that needs to be censored, there's like this video is very violent or yada yada yada. Are you sure you want to watch this? They've done things to like kind of put it in your mind. There's something that might not be true, or there's something very like gory or bad about this like content you're about to watch. Are you sure you want to watch it?
So that they can't really, I don't know if they can exactly stop all of it from being put out there, but they can put it in your mind to think about it before you view it.
And then to just very quickly add on, so now like what I talked about with fake news, TikTok is hiring way more fact checkers to look into all of this, and literally their job is to go through hashtags and to just look and research and know, like, is this true? Is this like actually what's going on? And then at the bottom, I know some of you guys have probably seen this, but like a little strip at the bottom will say like, this is not true, or like he said, like, read more about this to know. But yeah, they're like hiring more fact checkers because it is an increasingly larger problem now.
So we are running out of time, but we don't thank you all for coming and beginning our presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
That is all.
I know. I've got to log out of my stuff.
Thank you. I didn't figure. No, say hi to Professor Tingle. Why don't we stand up and look at you?
Together a little bit more.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Great job.
Oh, no. Great job. Thank you.
How much time do we have before we start?
We have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, I have a few. Joe, did you fall asleep?
Like this.
Yes.
That's a year.
Yes.
That's very good.
I'll get it out or get your t-shirt customer.
I paused the recording temporarily so that you guys can get it set up, and I'll restart it as soon as you get going.
She's in the computer.
Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. We really have a packed symposium content today. So first of all, good afternoon and welcome to what we call Piedmont Productions Presents. I am Professor Melissa Jackson, and I am here with absolutely a wonderful group of budding filmmakers all together. Several of them are already award-winning filmmakers. If you kind of see some of the little shiny objects over here on the black table, and we have some more to come. Okay, they're going to be telling you about that. Also, more to come. They will be telling you more about a new film production major that we have in mass communications coming this fall. Yes, I see that, and we are really excited about that happening. And I just really want to thank everyone in all departments, the administration, and particularly our students for helping to drive all of this, all of their success and hard work is really the fuel behind getting this major. So thank you so much for those successes. And I do have a few announcements. We are going to be Zooming the session. So if any Zoom participants, if they can make sure their audio is muted, we make sure you've checked in with the QR code if you can. So you make sure you get credit. We know you're here. The questions, we are going to be really on a tight schedule today because we have a lot of content, like I said. But we are going to ask for the audience to withhold their questions until the very end, and we'll try to get it to as many as we can. And when we do take questions, the presenters will try to repeat the questions so our Zoom audience will know what that question is and as they answer it. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our co-host. There's two co-hosts today, and this is Megan Schaefer.
Well, hello, my name is Megan Schaefer. I am Piedmont's first film major. So we thank you for coming and we hope you enjoy. The first piece we're going to see is called Mirrors. It's a trailer. It is a student-produced trailer that takes you on a journey of self-acceptance and love. It's really powerful and I hope you guys enjoy it.
I feel terrible to be myself in a society that has taught me that I must look and act a certain way in order to fit in. No one accepts me as I am. My dad doesn't understand what it feels like to look in the mirror and feel weak for your decision to love someone. There is one person that understands me. That person is Henry. This was one of the pieces of myself I kept hidden like a shameful secret I could never tell. I ride the waves of life every day. Some of the waves feel far too intense for me to bear. And I'm left feeling battered, bruised, shaken. Maybe. Just maybe, one day.
That gives me chills every time. I love it. So now I would love to call up the cast and crew. Caleb Rogers, Anya Olson, Tyler Goins, Rowan Edmonds, and Jordan Hicks.
Well, thank you. That was the trailer. I'm Caleb Rogers. I was the creator and director for Mirrors. We also have a longer version, which will be posted on YouTube as well for that. But I'm going to go ahead and play the behind the scenes so you guys can check out a little bit of how it was filmed.
Say this way.
So those shots were filmed by Jessica Sconiers and I edited it together. So we hope you enjoyed that. So now I have some questions for the cast and crew. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Sorry, just trying to. There we go. Okay. Okay. So the first question that I want you guys to try and answer is, where did this idea come from for the, the film and trailer itself? And like, can you please talk about your writing process?
Yeah, I can start. So I actually came up with the idea in November. I went to Jordan. I told him I wanted to write an entire script around him. And definitely with my experience being a gay male at Jordan as well, I knew it would be something really easy to kind of just really, get personal and emotional about, and something that's new and different. It was like brainstorming in December, and I finally I texted Rowan and Anna Watson, who was here also, who was one of the writers, and Noah Aaron was also a writer. And we got together and we brainstormed and shot some ideas out. And we had a bunch of writers meetings in January and February, and here we are, and we got this. And what about you?
Yeah, I mean, the writing process was super fun because Caleb came to all of us writers with an idea, and we would bounce different ideas back off of him. Anya and Tyler were there as well, and we would just meet up a few times, different ideas. It was a lot of fun, and then we would give him the ideas, he'd make the edits, go to Professor Jackson, come back, then we'd do it again, and just over and over and over until we finally finalized something that we were really proud of and something that we all really liked.
Yeah, it was great. And I'm not quite finished with the full script, where I've written about 16 pages for the full script, still going through some edits, and I'm still going back and forth with Professor Jackson, but it's been fun and it's been a process. But yeah.
Definitely my process.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was the hardest thing about filming yours?
Yeah.
The biggest challenge was that we filmed it all in one room with a mirror in the background. So having a mirror, and then you have to adjust the light so it's obviously the reflection from the mirror. It was the biggest challenge, and also trying to make sure it was lit well. Since the sun was going down when we filmed, and we had this window open trying to create natural light, and we tried to use the light as a natural source to make it look like the sun. So it was a big struggle to get it.
I know for me, the biggest challenge with not just filming, but just getting everyone scheduled, getting everyone to come and film for 2 nights was the hardest thing, because we all have different schedules, we're doing different things, we're all busy. Most of us are juniors and seniors. That was the most challenging part for me, was getting everyone in one room for 4 hours to film. But I would say we spent probably 8 to 10 hours filming this. We had so much fun. And I mean, this is my family. So.
7 hours of editing.
Yeah, editing.
7 to 12 hours of editing.
That was a process. But
I'll direct this more towards Jordan. Can you please tell me a little bit about how it was acting with this character, and like how was it getting to play him?
Yeah, absolutely. That was my biggest challenge, was acting as Alec. For me, it was harder because I am a theater arts major. And in the theater world, you are allowed to be more expressive. You can be bigger on the stage, you can get away with more, you can be louder, you can just be a bigger personality, because you have to entertain to the back row. In film, it's a lot of pulling that back and looking at like what's behind the eyes. Sounds cheesy, but that's what they said. And so a lot of my notes during filming was, hey, like, let's try to pull it back a little too far, a little too much. So that was the biggest challenge. And then with the character, really, you guys only got to see a minute. So it's not like you guys got to see a full, rich, in-depth character of Alec. So what I really tried to focus on was the message. As a before and after you come out, you're constantly asking yourself in your head these list of questions of, can I do this? Can I wear this? Can I say this? Can I walk like this? Does this look too feminine? Does this look too weird? And it's constructed by the society that we live in. And so I just really tried to focus on that with Alec and portraying that message when playing.
Okay.
I would like to add how amazing this man is. He is such a good actor, and watching him completely zone in. And we would be having moments where me and Rowan are like laughing and just joking around.
And
He's
then
over
you
there
just, like,
crying. And we're like, how is he doing that? He seriously like portrayed him so well, put so much emotion into it, so much heart into it. It was amazing, and it was so fun to see.
Yeah, because
So good.
he would be like laughing with us, and then like 2 seconds
He goes-
later, he's just like in character, in tears, and I'm like, oh my god,
He's
like
in a different world.
yeah, it was like getting chills watching him do this. It
Yeah.
was crazy.
It's not even like, it was kind of hard for all of us, because there's a lot of times where it's like, we had to like sit there in dead silence, and I would look at Tyler like, is that good? I don't know. We would sit there for like a full 2 minutes, like thinking, did we get the right thing? But yeah, it was fun, and Jordan did an amazing job. Also, Eric, who's here, did a fantastic job with us too. Yeah, but so it was fun.
I know, because I was there taking behind the scenes pictures, and I would just like to say, Tyler, can you talk a little bit about the angles that you had to get in your back? Because I know that was really crazy.
Yeah, we did one of the shots we didn't get to put in it is a long shot. It was about a, what you say, Caleb, what, a minute and a half shot?
Yeah.
It was like a one take, and the amount of pressure on my back of having to hold it and get low and stuff like that. I can't wait till I'm
Tyler
over
was
it.
literally like, back for a little bit, like I will. Like
But it was, like I said, it was difficult to get certain angles inside the room because it's tiny.
we literally had,
difficult.
we had to go like one side of the room we had to stay on.
And like all of us in like one tiny corner.
And the air conditioning was out.
His air
It was
conditioner wasn't working.
so hot. It was so hot.
And like working with that mirror on the side, and you had to move the light every now and then, like as behind the scenes filming and getting that video, and with Megan getting the photography, we all had to like stay in one corner. It was like penguins huddling together. Like we had to be like, when we were rolling, we all had to get in a corner and get out of the way. So it was definitely a process for that.
In these pictures that I just changed it to, there's some pictures of them getting the voiceover, if you guys want to talk a little bit about that.
Okay, yeah, so the voiceover was interesting. So we did the voiceovers a couple days after we finished filming, and this was kind of, I mean, it was interesting because Jordan was like, how do I say it? What do I do? I was like, and this was definitely hard on Jordan's part because he literally had to go back to like thinking like the character he was in and be in that moment and try to remember what he did. And it took a few times to do it, but you did a fantastic job. Do you wanna take it?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly what I did. I think I went back to that list of questions and those emotions and the feeling and the message and what we're trying to portray. And that's what I was thinking about when I was speaking. So that's what.
It was fun working with everyone. By far, it's the best time I've had. Everyone was super, super happy.
Yeah, the last question I had was, what was your favorite thing about the entire process? So you kind of touched on that, if anyone else would like to add.
Being behind the scenes filmer, I got to work with an amazing group of people. I got to capture the funny moments when you were in the zone a lot of the times. We had a lot of laughs and a lot of good times, and I definitely learned a lot from y'all. It's a family, like you guys said.
No, it was a fun process. I mean, obviously the most fun for me is doing like, filming everything. And yeah, I love working with Tyler. Me and Tyler click so well, and we go back and forth and back and forth. But yeah, it's fun. I mean, this is something that I love to do. It's something we all love to do. And like I said, we're a big, happy family.
I think I'd also like to add that it's a very safe space filming, because we all like voice our ideas and articulate what we're feeling and what we think would look the best. And everyone is like, okay, I understand you, like, let's definitely try that. Let's see if that works. And we all like have a voice, and we all like say what we're thinking, and really like are accepted by everyone. For
With
sure.
being the three freshmen, me, Megan, and Eric, like we were constantly feeding ideas off of Tyler and Caleb. And like she said, accepting, like we used some of Megan's ideas, we used some of my ideas. So it was just, I didn't feel like a freshman. I didn't feel like that first year. It was really good.
That acceptance and like family feeling really did help with filming as well. Because as you can tell, this is a really sensitive topic. And so you have to go in front of people and portray something like this, and that they're not supportive, or like they're not going to be the nicest about it. That makes it 10 times harder. And so being able to have that support is my favorite thing.
Yeah, I just to finish it off, I was asked on the radio today, the Piedmont radio station, about that and filming mirrors. And one of the things that basically I said was that it was really nice being in a group of a room of people who have the same goals and aspirations as you, because it's like I'm with like people, like my people, like I'm with my family, and it was so fun. So I want to thank you guys. You guys did great, and we are going to now turn the mic over to Caleb. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're now going to switch over to Overtime. So Overtime was a film that a group of us did. Me, Tyler, Aaron, and Connor, who are all here. We're going to show the full film. Another thing, we got amazing news last week that the full film won an amazing award. We won the Award of Excellence from the Broadcast Education Association Festival of Media Arts. And a few of us will be traveling to Las Vegas in the end of April to accept that award. So I just want to put that out there.
Hey, honey. Yeah, I gotta work late tonight. Well, yeah, if you want to get the kids to sleep, just use the little toothbrush song we made. Everything should be good. Well, look, this is like, what, the first time they've got me working overtime. I don't want to mess up. I'm on my first break. I'm gonna drink a little coffee and hopefully stay up. Yeah, I tell you, I should have never gotten this job. Why? because this place is creepy as hell. I don't really like working late nights, and you know that. Hold on.
Okay, I want to call out Aaron Palmer, Tyler Goins, Connor Creedon, And is Johnny here? 7, come here, come here. Whoops, you're going too far. Okay. All right, so kind of just bounce off each other about the, the whole. thing.
I can go into it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so originally this was given to us as an assignment for our entertainment television class that we took last spring. The idea was for us to come up with, as a group, with the script that we could write and produce. So we all had to write our own original idea. This ended up being Tyler's script that he wrote. It wasn't this original idea at first. After we chose Tyler's original script, we all kind of bounced ideas off each other. We came up with kind of this theme to like something that we could actually film. This is kind of a theme, like the kind of thriller, horror theme of what we want to go with here at the Swanson Center. And it was all filmed here at night. We're really proud of this because from the time we were given the assignment to the time this final edit was turned in was probably what, a 3.5 week process, maybe 3 weeks. So for us, like to produce something this long on this scale and for us to win awards for it, that's something we're really proud of. And it's the reason why we have so much, we're so happy about this product because we were given a very short timetable and it took a lot of work. I know we can all attest to, like, especially Johnny, our actor, big shout out to him, 7, coming after rehearsals every night because it was all filmed at night here in the Swanson Center, which is a very creepy place to be at night if you've never experienced it. But yeah, big shout out to him for coming every night after his rehearsal for what the theater department had going on and filming for us. And we had to fit everything into a tight window. So we cannot thank him enough for what he did for us.
It was fun. I think the biggest challenge of this was like the first like big film that Piedmont actually has done and produced this well. We ended up using, like, on the last film, the Mirrors one, we used a beautiful, it was a
So we use a
cinema camera. This one we shot it on like a regular Canon, was it 80D or something?
It's a T7i, which is like
Which is
I think we use
we use both.
Yeah.
So like it was just so much different. But also, like I said, he was coming after his rehearsals. We didn't even start filming until maybe 10 o'clock at night. And we would go till, I don't know, 12, I think, or 1.
There was times we were in there till, there was a while. There was a few nights Camp Ho came in there. We were filming in like the back office area where all our professors' offices are. And we kind of got like actually scared because
spooked,
we had all the lights off. That was one thing we also had to figure out too. There's a lot of lights that are emergency lights in here that are high up in the air and that don't turn off, and we needed them off. So we literally had to get a ladder and like tape or like thumbtacks and put trash tags over like the lights that wouldn't turn off. There was a lot of times where we had like people standing on ladders holding lights because this was all done with a budget of 0. This film was made, like I said, this is the reason why we're so proud of it, because we won awards for it, and it was made with 3 weeks with a budget of 0 with our own cameras and only equipment that we were able to use from the department. Shot all of this building and outside of it, as you saw. And we all kind of edited our own versions. This version that you watched was my edit that unbeknownst to me, Professor Jackson had submitted to the BEA competition. And like Caleb explained already, I got an email last week, about a week and a half ago, that I didn't really know what it was. It said I won a festival award and that there was a convention in Las Vegas. And I was really confused because I had no idea what it was and I had never submitted my work. And so I go to Professor Jackson and she explained to me that she had submitted our project to this festival. And yeah, then we figured out we won an award of excellence in the narrative film category, which she explained to me was one of the hard categories you can win an award in. And we got the award of excellence, which is basically just outside placing top 3. There was a tie for 3rd between like 4 schools, but we beat out large schools. We beat out students from UGA and the University of Florida, Oklahoma, Colorado State, like a lot of big public schools as well. And that was something that we didn't really know was going to happen or expect to happen with this project. And for us to be able to fly out to Vegas to celebrate it, that's just something that I've never experienced in my lifetime and something I'm forever grateful for this opportunity for. Do all that stuff.
It was pretty fun. I mostly like held a light bar. it's fun because we did use that light bar a lot, so.
And I tell you, that tube light that we had was pretty much used in every single shot.
But it was cool because, like, it was one of those where it was like, obviously, like Aaron mentioned, Tyler's idea, and then, kind of everybody, there was like a piece of everybody's idea thrown into there, so it was pretty cool, like, to see all of it come together so well.
I will say the one idea that I loved the most was Caleb's, because when Simon is sitting at the desk and that music starts playing behind him, that was Caleb's idea. We were sitting.
Don't tell people that's so corny now.
But it was so fun at the moment because we were all sitting there in that back corner of Swanson. Like the lights are low. We're like thinking of what could be creepy in this environment. And we like started looking up stuff. We were talking about what was Insidious or what.
Yeah, I was like,
and like we're sitting here with all the lights off watching horror movie clips, like in this dark, empty building with nobody there. And there were nights where we were filming, like, so I was actually the big dark figure that you saw there.
Yeah.
So there was one night where makes sense. There was one night we were filming, and there's the shot where I'm standing in like the big atrium, like in the big wide open area, and I'm just standing there in all black, like this like cowl over my head, so you can't see my face. And I'm looking at the door, it's just standing there because we're about to shoot. I was standing there for so long, and I looked behind me, and I heard people like making noise, like they were scared. And Emma can attest to this. People were working on like something in the Mac lab or the radio studio. They came around the corner and just saw me standing there, this large figure just standing there. And I looked back. I had to like break into out of care. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. We're just filming right now. But yeah, that was one of the really fun memories I had from this. This is a really fun project to work on.
It was a good project, yeah.
I think another one of the good things was like no one actually filled one specific position. And we all kind of just did different things. Like Connor, you did not hold that light the whole time. That was no, you did not. But yeah, that was a cool thing. We all got to kind of find our places and what we were really good at. And I thought that was really cool. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, it was a good project.
Oh,
You wanna say anything?
you know, I was scared as hell.
Oh.
On the night where it was just dark. He would be going around and stuff and just catching me off guard.
I might say that might have been more scary to film the actual film, just being here for so long, like in this environment, like dark, scary, like building at night, than it was to actually like, go back and watch it. Because like when we were here, I don't know if y'all understand, but if you ever have the chance, I don't know if any of y'all will do it, but like come to Swanson at night when the lights are off, you will not have a good time. No. But yeah, that's all overtime. I want to thank y'all for coming, supporting, watching it.
Alrighty, next we will be moving into a couple of Video One students projects. So Video One is like the basic video class where you learn everything. So we're gonna start with Megan Schaefer's film called Depression. No. Do it. Oh, Todd Story? Oh, okay. Sorry. I have it written down.
Hello, my name is Todd Schaefer, and recently I've been struggling with depression as a result of a heart condition and changes in our life. So I had a very difficult time in the last couple of years. I found out that I had a serious heart condition that required an emergency implantation of a pacemaker. This severely affected my life to the point where I was unable to work and unable to some days function. And then we had the pandemic. And during those times, unfortunately, I wound up becoming depressed. And I don't like to admit that because of my former career as a psychologist. So things all began in 2018. I actually went to see a Marvel movie with my daughter and my family, and I came home and I wound up passing out on the couch for a few seconds. And those kinds of episodes continued throughout 2018. The doctor then put what was called a loop recorder in my chest, which monitored my heart activity. And during that time, he discovered that my heart was stopping for a couple of seconds each time. Fast forward to February of 2019, and I passed out in our house for approximately 30 to 40 seconds. My heart actually stopped for almost that entire time. That's when I found out that I required a pacemaker. My condition affected me in terms of how I was able to do things daily. I was unable to work effectively, and it led to me starting to become depressed. It's difficult to talk about depression because depression manifests itself differently for everybody. My struggles have been feeling like there's just a very large, heavy object, I'll call it my burden, on top of me, and I wake up with that shroud almost daily. And that was really complicated by the pandemic and being stuck home and just having way too much time to think about how my life changed with the health condition and having to have a pacemaker for the remainder of my life. I suggest to anybody that may be feeling depressed, don't ever feel like you're alone. Go get help, seek assistance, but work. Life is worth living, and don't let depression or anything else get in the way of living your life.
You can sit. Is this part of it? Okay. Okay. So just tell me a little bit about the process of filming that and how everything works.
Well, it wasn't the original idea for my project. I actually went around Demarest filming people, asking them if they were happy and why, to kind of just, I don't know, it was just, I don't know why I had the idea, honestly, and it really came out extremely bad. And so I refilmed everything, all of this in one day. I drove 45 minutes home, was like, Dad, you're a star now, let's go. And made him do this, and all his words and stuff were all hidden though. I didn't, that was all his thoughts about it. But that was it. I live in Sterling on the Lake, so that all those shots are from there. So we just went around my community taking shots, and then I edited it all in one night.
So what was your favorite part of making this and just your whole experience in video one?
Well, with this, my dad is a really important part of my life, and it was really scary when, you see your father and he, basically dies for 30 to 40 seconds every time he passes out, which is not fun when you are trying to also do college applications. You're moving, because I moved from New Jersey, and so it's a lot to process also at a young age. And, my dad is my rock, and so again, him literally basically dying every time, that's really hard to handle. And so I really wanted to show how he's grown as a person, even though he has these struggles, and I wanted to do it on him. And honestly, my experience in video one, it was great because I learned everything that I know now, and I just continue to grow because I may be a freshman, but you got to start somewhere. And starting in video one is great because again, I learned everything I know now, and I'm just getting better.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. So next from video one, we're going to watch Jessica Scagno's video about a student athlete.
Cross country is both an individual and team sport. You can't compete without a team, but with this team, we're lucky to be able to run together in most races and push each other. I didn't know I wanted to run cross country in college until about, let's say, September of my senior year. I never really thought it was a possibility until one day I opened up my computer, saw the emails from coaches. I was like, what is this? So at the end of my senior track season, I broke my toe and I had to let that heal. So that delayed my summer training. And since I was behind everybody in the training, I was very worried about coming into the season and being behind in the races. But then at the first race, I placed 4th on the team. And so that was reassuring to me, knowing that being behind didn't matter. To progress, I followed coach's training plan, and I would talk to my teammates, and they said, the coach is really good and he knows what he's talking about, just trust the process. So I did that and ended up getting PRs in the 5K and 8K. Everybody else around me really motivated me and pushed me to do my best, because watching them push themselves makes me want to push myself even more so I can do my best for the team.
That was a great video. So Jessica's honors, everyone. Okay, so I have a few questions for you. What made you choose this specific athlete?
So Tucker and I became like really close friends, and I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool to hang out the side of my friend's car, literally half my body, while she drives the car, and follow him as he runs. That's like the first idea I had. I said, he's a runner. Let me do something super dangerous and hang out the side of a car with my camera and stabilizer. And then I just kind of built off of that. And then I was like, Tucker, I need something dramatic. What happened in your career? He's like, I broke my toe. And so it kind of got a little comedic. It was really dramatic, but it worked. So yeah, that was what I kind of built off of.
Tell us a little about the filming process. I know it was a little crazy with some of the shots.
Yeah, so one of the shots, or a lot of the shots that you saw, I was following him as he was running. I was hanging out of my friend's Faith's car, and she would drive up the mountain, and I literally like probably from here up was out of the car. I was holding my stabilizer like, and she was so concerned that I was gonna fall. I was like, I'm fine, literally I'm fine. And then a lot of the drone shots, it's actually my dad's drone, and so he wants to fly it, and then I'll fly it, and then he wants to fly it, and then I'll fly it. And so there was like a chance where he got to fly it, flew into the power line and a tree, and it's fine, it still works. Literally the shot where he was coming around the tree and onto the bridge, the second shot he did for the second time, he flew into the tree. He's like, whoops. And so yeah, it's like trial and error with that drone. It literally has a mind of its own. So I think, yeah.
What was your favorite part about filming?
My favorite part about filming, I think, was the interview. I struggle with my camera is a photography and a videography camera, so it's not really up there. And I feel like my interview, like the way I staged it, the way I focused him and everything, I really loved the way all the colors came out. So I think, I mean, it sounds kind of boring, but it was kind of my favorite part. And then editing wise, it took forever, but the keyframing at the beginning when he was running and he like erased the words, that took so long. But that was probably my favorite part for editing too. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Before we open the floor to any questions, I would like to promote our film program. I would like to introduce Piedmont's new film production major. The hands-on film production major prepares students for a variety of jobs behind the scenes, which is including production, editing, grip and rigging, lighting, and post-production. I'm very excited for this personally. I already said before, I am enrolled and I can't wait to start with it in the fall. And I'm already taking a lighting class right now, which I love. And I really suggest it to anyone who wants to get in the industry, because Georgia is a big film place right now, especially in Atlanta. So please come join us. It's going to be a blast. So this is part of the presentation where we want to open the floor to any questions you might have, and go ahead. Ask your questions away.
Yes, Joe.
This seems to be a trend in a lot of filming in dark set at nighttime. How do you get around that with like, in terms of lighting and making sure you can see the characters and whatnot?
So there's a thing in the camera, you have an ISO, which you obviously know what that is, Joe. There's ISO, you can use that, but that also doesn't help as well. But so we had to do trial and error with just dimming it, and you can look at the waveform on the camera and looking to see where it's at properly. That's mainly what we pretty much did, was just trial and error until it looked good. And it's kind of hard looking on a little screen until you look at it in post-production, you're like, oh, this didn't look good, we have to shoot it again, or it looks good, and keep it. That was mainly the key thing we did with it.
So something I noticed basically from the very start of it was how you guys were using like negative space and stuff, because I didn't know for overtime. I didn't know like what kind of film it was at first. I didn't know it was good. But I knew like right from the very start that it was probably going to have that vibe just by how you guys were using negative space and like, you know, making me always look in there just to see if there's something that's going to move, if there's something that's out of place. And I was just wondering, you know, how intentional was that like throughout the filming process of like using that negative space to create like suspense?
I don't even think that was intentional. I think I think it just ended up being that way. So thanks for spotting that though. It makes us look good. Yeah.
Yeah, there are certain times. It was like in the intro when it's very, I guess you would say, creepy and quiet, and I just wanted a couple like still shots and just showing how wide everything is. It makes you look at like a little every like corner basically and see if someone's there, and like the little creepy noise in the background. I think that was a big thing, especially in the intro, because we wanted it to come off as creepy in the intro, and that negative space I feel like played a big role into it.
Do y'all plan on submitting mirrors to anything?
Yes.
Of
Oh
course.
yeah.
Of course.
Oh yeah. That was a fun project, and I think both Tyler and I can say that it was a lot better planned out and filmed than Overtime. And I mean, we've learned so much just from Overtime to make that better.
Overtime was a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago we filmed it.
Yeah, and it was in a class too, so like we didn't have a lot of time to do it. For Mirrors, it was part of my practicum, so I had an entire semester to plan out, write the script, and get everyone that I needed to do it the way it should be done.
And filming Overtime, I was still pretty much new. I knew a lot about filmmaking, but I still was pretty much new to it. It's my first big project, so I've done a couple now projects, and this one, Mirrors, was definitely, I learned a lot more, and I know much more now, and you could kind of tell, honestly.
So this question is from Dr. Chingo. I'd like to know what sort of emotional mindset shift is taken from shooting Overtime to Mirrors, two radically different short films, but you know, pretty much the same primary videographers.
Yeah, so
I know.
Do you mean like
mindset, emotional mindset shift that you need to have for that?
I mean, like I mean, I know for me it was different because I'm kind of coming off experience writing it and kind of shooting it. But I mean,
I know for me it was some horror films are my favorite kind of films. The way they light them, the way they shoot them, it's obviously my favorite kind of films. But switching from that to a narrative basically, and having to express his emotions, and definitely having the words come in and him talking over is what like drew it all together. But I definitely want to show like close-ups of him crying, and like it was a lot different than Overtime. Overtime was just a lot. They both are slow paced, which is you can compare them with that. They're very slow paced, but it's definitely different having the jump scares and lurking and creepy noises compared to making you feel it.
well, yeah, no, I think that's another thing with Mirrors. It's harder to shoot certain things because you can't show certain emotions so much through. I mean, like you can. There's a lot of things like with writing the script, and Professor Jackson told me like you have to write it in script form, like it's like you're saying things that you can't actually show. And I'm like, how do I do that? Like I don't know. And
whenever we had like writing days that Caleb would have written like Alec was anxious. I'm like, okay, we need to show how he's anxious, you know.
But it's like
And we
things
did,
like and I feel like in horror when you're shooting like Overtime, it's a lot easier to kind of show what you want. But yeah, it was it's hard question.
Sorry, I missed the very beginning, so is Mirrors gonna be like on YouTube or something?
Yeah, it will be. Any other questions? Yes.
Do you guys have any upcoming?
I'm sure we.
We do have one that we're working together. Aaron, I don't know who's that. He's gone. He came up with one he wanted to do as a like a love romantic style film where it's all still shots, but some are gonna be in black and white, like that old school look. And we're gonna be filming that in our lighting class within the next 2 weeks, I think. We'll start filming next week. Yeah. And then that too. So that'll be interesting to do. Yeah.
Question, are you guys looking for extras?
Oh yeah, always, always, yeah. You definitely, you can talk after if you want to be a part of it.
We'll definitely be shooting stuff next semester too.
Or
So.
just any extra help in the background? and you make
Yeah.
it hold it well.
And I want to just, because I was just looking at this today, one joke on this on the computer. There are spaces left in video production 1. You don't have to be a mass comm minor to take it. So Professor Jackson is a professor. And so there is a lot of room available. If you want to enroll in that class, it's SEMCOM 2400 next semester.
Are there any papers? Besides script writing? No, literally nothing. It's more hands-on.
It's all hands-on.
It teaches you how to like work and all that stuff.
I guess kind of adding on to what she was saying, what is like a good way of that, like film acting experience and like try that out?
Just come talk to us and we'll give you our number. Yeah, I mean.
You can also see me because I kind of know what everyone's doing and you can tell me, what you're interested in doing as well. And for screenwriting, if you are interested in screenwriting, we will be, we have a documentary class that's going to be coming up in the fall as well. Some of you all are in that, I think, that took video 1 and now are going to documentary, but also in the spring we'll have entertainment television, which is where they did this piece on overtime. And that's a class where we look at how to do screenwriting and also how to produce something that one of the people has actually written. So we practice that. So if you're interested in screenwriting and actually getting something made, you can't make everything, but certainly it's a really good way to dip your toe into it and see if that's something you're interested in doing.
And I can give you my business card as well.
We also, both Tyler, me, and Megan, we have websites that showcase our portfolio. So all of our videos that we've made, and then we have contacts on that as well. So if y'all are interested.
I mean, I know personally, I just did a little, it's like a 1-minute video about my anxiety, and I used my roommate Amy. And it's like, I mean, sometimes just filming small stuff when you just have an idea in your head, it could turn something bigger. So even that kind of stuff is fun to try and find people to do, because I don't want every single video, I don't want to torture my roommate, she can only do so much. So, but yeah, that'd be really cool, for sure.
Any other questions? No. Cool. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today.
I'm at high five first.
Can you please send it to us?
Thank you.
I'll make sure you get a t-shirt.
I'm mildly serious now. I've been meaning to ask you. I know you're like overwhelmed with things, but I am. What do you think about that?